What's going on, everybody? Welcome to IndieQuest, a celebration of the indie and obscure. I'm one of your hosts, Josh, and I'm joined by one of my awesome other co-hosts here, Steve. How are you doing today?
Doing fantastic. It is the greatest time of the year, the holiday I look forward to most, Game of the Year season. So it's going to be fun.
Let's do this, and we're joined by the captain himself, Captain Drachma. How are you?
Doing great. Favorite episode that we do all year long. Look forward to it from January until December, to be completely honest with you. So I'm here.
I noticed
that.
Yeah, we're like January 3rd. We're like, all right, do you think this is going to be a Game of the Year contender already? Just like kicking off the next year, every single year. I feel like that's the thing. So I did play one that did come out in January. I played Citizen Sleeper 2 this last week. Oh, my God. Now that is a banger. Oh,
that is a banger.
Did you guys have a good holiday?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Went around to see some family, but I always, well, it seems like it's almost tradition now. I feel like we talked about this last year too, but my dad's get together. We typically don't do until like halfway through January now, just based on timing of when family can get together. And honestly, I don't mind it. It's time to decompress from the rest of the stuff. So, yeah.
We do the same thing. My wife's dad's side always puts one in the middle of January because we do my wife's mom's side Christmas Eve, and then we always drive up to my parents' house, which is 3.5 hour drive on Christmas Day, and then we spend Christmas afternoon and evening with them and hang out for a day or two. So by this time, a couple days after Christmas, I'm pooped. I'm exhausted. My social battery's drained. All I want to do is just hang with my bros and chat about video games and talk about the things that I like.
Heck yeah. I mean, I've been on vacation, so I didn't even have to leave my house for Christmas. My family came to me, which is like the first time that's ever happened. So I'm like, hey, I'll host anytime. It was nice. They just came over, had some dinner, and we just hung out, talked for a little bit, exchanged some gifts, and then they were on their way within like 3 or 4 hours, and then we did our own Christmas stuff. I can't complain about that. So it was good times.
Glorious, dude.
Yeah.
Glorious.
And then I played a lot of games. So speaking of games, it's the IndieQuest Awards 2025. I figured we could start off, but with just some little bit of stats, like how many games did you guys beat that are, indie games from this year, and or at least have enough to talk about, like, oh yeah, I played like 5 hours of that. Maybe I didn't roll credits, but etc.
I am sitting in terms of now. This isn't just indie games, so take it, I guess, with a grain of salt. But I am exactly at 101 games finished for the year. I don't know quite how many I would have played in total. I do tend to, because of Polykill, beat most of the things that I play. So it's probably maybe 125 or so total games, maybe 150 that I touched at any point, but I finished 101 of them. And according to my hours played, if I sum up the column here, pretty consistent from year to year, I clocked in right around 900 hours of game time. So that tends to be right where I fall, is around 900 hours per year, which is pretty dang good.
That's respectable. It's respectable.
Also respectable, yeah.
Respectful too, yeah. I beat 55 games this year, 21 games from 2025, 41 total indie beats, so like only 14 games that I would consider AAA. And then I played but not beat like 23 games, it says, so I just kind of dabbled with 23 other games. So some of those aren't from 2025, but I have a good pool. 21 from this year, so that's where I'm pulling for most of them. But some of them might be ones like, I did like 10 runs in this game, but I didn't beat it. But I know the game well enough to put it on whatever list, So that's where I'm sitting.
I don't have stats pulled up for stuff beaten from not 2025, other than a few, and we'll get to that later in one of our awards, I suppose. But I played enough of 33 indie games for them to be considered for what we're doing today, right? And that's, I keep track of that in a Google Sheet as the year goes on. Started doing that back in 2023. So I'm at 33 this year. Last year, I was also at 33. And the year before that, I was at 20. So remained pretty consistent year over year, although, I don't know, I'm sure it's true of what you guys are doing too. Seems like every year my spreadsheet gets a little bit more complex. I add a little bit of a layer to it so that I have more tracking that I can do. And then as years go on, it gets more and more.
It is so funny you say that. You can really see it in mine. I've kept stats on Backloggery forever, but because you can like build up charts for whatever you want in sheets, I started in 2018 my running sheet. So I have a sheet that has tabs 2018 through 2025, one per year. If you go to my 2018 tab, it's literally just a formatless single column list of games, no date, no hour count, nothing. No opinions. It's just a list of games. And then every year you go, I add a couple more columns. I start to get a little fancier with the sheet. This column switches from a text field to a drop down, and then the year after it auto formats with color. And by the time you get to 2025, it's like an autonomous robot generating stats in real time. But it also means that every single time I beat a game, I have to put in like 15 to 20 columns of data for that game to build up all my metrics. So speaking of, though, I said that mine is all encompassing of AAA and indie and everything, so that 101, 102 is a little inflated. I actually do come closer to Seth. I think my list of candidates for the year is around 40, a little less than 40 games. So everything we're going to talk in terms of favorites for me is pulled from a pool of about 40. But something I tracked this year that I thought was interesting was, what is my primary incentive for playing a particular game? And so I bucketed that together into kind of personal, relevant, high-level buckets. The ones that I had were the biggest one by far is just, this was a cool new game that I wanted to try, something shiny that I wanted to go check out. And then I had my indie backlog, my retro backlog, specifically for trophy hunting, specifically only played to satisfy a square for Polykill Bingo. And that's really it. And if you combine indie backlog and the majority of cool new game, because let's be honest, 90% of the 2025 games I played were indies. There's like 5 AAA games. That total accounts for about 48% of everything I played this year. So maybe I'm just trying to prove my credentials to stay on the podcast, but
you're good.
About half of everything I did this year was indie focused in some way.
Yeah, it seems like we're all pulling from like a 30-ish to 40 range of games, which I think that's a really healthy amount. And I know we have diverse tastes, and we could tend to gravitate towards different things. So I'm sure there's going to be so many games that people are probably don't even know about or haven't heard us talk about on the show. So that's always fun too. So.
It's funny when you think of that number, you do the math on it. It's roughly 3 games a month.
Yeah.
Which is pretty dang close to 2 IndieQuest episodes a month as they occur. So.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
I think it pretty much accounts for 2 IndieQuest episodes a month. But when you like wind back time, we don't do as much current year at the front half. So it's like roughly that 2 a month, but then plus 10 in November and December. Like that's how it is for me, at least. So
very backloaded. That's the graph of 2025 games played throughout the year looks like a pokey flute. It's just flat and steady, and then it bulges at the very end.
Yeah. No, it's funny because I played Citizen Sleeper 1 like in January. Like, oh yeah, I'm playing 2 right when it came out, and like I'm sitting here 11 months later, and I just finally got around to it. So that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, right in before the buzzer.
All right.
Any other stats that either of you boys have?
I do not.
I think that's good. I think I'm ready to do these awards if you guys are.
Let's do it. Well, I can give a quick overview for people. If this is your first IndieQuest episode, which we have the numbers, and statistically that's the most likely first episode for you to enjoy. So welcome in if that's the case. We're happy to have you. And the way that we typically do our awards is we put out a community poll, a survey here, where that folks wrote in their 2025 game of the year, their not 2025 game of the year, and their favorite IndieQuest moments. We're going to pepper those throughout kind of our awards list. But as we go through, we have a number of different categories that we're going to talk through, and each host will kind of give their favorite and maybe one or two runner-ups if you guys have them for each of those. Then we get down to each of our particular games of the year, and I think this year we've all pretty much brought a top 10, if I'm understanding correctly. So we'll each give our top 10. And then at the very end of the show, after all that's done, we've gone through all those. Then we discuss the top 5 games for the show in 2025. So kind of based on the three of us, what we enjoyed together, who feels strongly about what, we kind of consolidate our lists, filter it down, and we get to what are IndieQuest's 5 best games of 2025.
I do want it, everything is pretty seamless until that last part. Then it just becomes, it's like we all try to combine our brains, our powers as one. But oftentimes it involves a pretty in-depth discussion. So we go back and forth a lot during that part.
I think that's probably the closest we get to like debating on this show is that. Because usually we're like, oh, that's awesome pick. Good job, man. You did a great job this episode. Great pick. This time you're like, no, I need to get my game on there. You know?
That's so because this is such a positive show. This is one of the few times a year you hear one of us say, I did not like that game.
Yeah, that's true.
I did not enjoy it.
All right, well, let's do the first category for the IndieQuest Awards 2025 world premiere. I want to do the world premiere voice so bad, but anyway, Indiest Indie Game of 2025. The Indiest Indie Game is open for interpretation. It's more like, what do you think is like, this is the Indiest Indie Game I played. It could be the smallest game. It could be, oh, this is a breakout success in the indie sphere, whatever the definition means to you. So who wants to go first today? If I guess we should pick an order and just kind of use that order for all of this, right?
Yeah, we can.
Who wants to go? Yeah. Who wants to be the first in each category?
I can toss mine out first, I guess. So I can do that.
Here we go.
Here we go.
He just signed up for like 8 firsts in a row. Now that is noble.
I mean, we could just have a circular or triangular order, but always move it one back every time. My screen goes a certain way. Like,
okay,
we're all stacked. We're all stacked, but
whatever's fair.
Whatever. Yeah. All right. Indiest, like Josh said, very much one of the most up for interpretation awards that we give out. For me, I kind of thought of it initially as this is a really small, obscure game that maybe didn't get recognized by a whole lot of people and deserves more attention. But then last year, I gave it to Sheepy, A Short Adventure, and that was recognized by a lot of people, but was free. And the free thing feels so indie to me. Like AAA, you're not releasing. I mean, I guess like there's the Fortnites of the world, but there's always incentive for them to make money, right? Whereas that game, there was none of that. It was just, here's a game. This year, I kind of pivoted back to my original thought, and I played a game actually very recently that you guys probably haven't seen at all. So, it's going to be a learning experience for the two of you as well as our audience. But it is called Sir Noggin. I am almost 100% positive you guys, unless you saw my tweet or Beat Skeet, I guess they're called. So
I think I did, but I still don't really know much about it.
It is
same.
It is a little platformer made in the style of like Master System. Kind of that Master System Sega Genesis combination. The cover art, or like the quote-unquote cover art on Steam, has that grid background that Master System games had. It is just a really cool, really concise, really good platformer that isn't overly difficult. It's pretty breezy to get through. It's an hour to 2 hours, but then I went back and did like some of the challenge stages, and they made those sufficiently hard. So the game doesn't challenge you that much, but there is difficulty if you want it. It's just a really small game, and I think that that's what makes it so indie to me. I can't remember. I think there's like less than 20 reviews on Steam or something like that. Nothing.
17.
17. And it's been out for, I think, a couple months, but one of those that I stumbled on somehow on Steam and played through recently. Is one of those I wanted to try to get to before the end of the year. Highly recommended. It is a cool, short little game. I don't know that it'll ever be on IndieQuest, but it is certainly like a side quest type game. But would be very enjoyable to anyone out there who decided they wanted to pick it up. So Sir Noggin is my indiest indie game.
Awesome. I respect that big time. It looks great. I saw your tweet about it, and then now looking at like some screenshots, seems like a fantastic game. And this developer seems like they just keep churning out really affordable, like retro homage style games. They've got kind of a Castlevania looking game, one that looks a little more like maybe Shatterhandy. So I'm down. This seems awesome.
I seal of approval by me too. Like oftentimes you'll buy these cheap indie games that look, retro style, and they play absolutely terribly, and they have a small review count because it seems like people churn them out all the time. This game specifically plays beautifully. It plays exactly the way you think it should. Like I never encountered any issues. It plays like a Master System or Genesis game, and has a little bit of that Wonder Boy flavor too, which I very much enjoy. Yeah. So,
love that. Well, you said we're all in a line on your screen. Who's underneath you? Who's next?
Josh is underneath me.
Okay, sounds good. Let's do it. My indiest game this time, I figured I was going to go with one that I played, had a really good time with, that I had mentioned like maybe in passing to you guys a couple times, but it hasn't really made its way to the show. So I kind of want to highlight it. And I like the game, and it was really fun, and it's made by one developer, which is always nice. And I just want to, it just felt cozy. It's a really cozy and fun game. It's called Tall Trails.
Oh yeah,
and that's going to be my indiest indie game of the year. It's a nice little like 4-hour, like mini, like basically you have mini open worlds where you're exploring. You have this little golem. Traditional looking golem dude, and he has a boot on his back, and you put up to 3 items in the boot, and of course each item has different jumping abilities, and then you kind of have some platforming challenges, and you kind of just collect things in each of these worlds, and it's really cozy. No real stakes except for just complete these objectives and check some things off of a map, but it's such a fun little game, and has nice little cute and cozy music, and yeah, it's just fun, and it put a big smile on my face, and it was one of those ones where it's like, okay, I'm just gonna try this out. It looks cute, and it's really good. And if somebody wants just like a nice casual, fun exploration 3D platformer, there you go. Check out Tall Trails. That's my indiest indie game of 2025. I did have a couple honorable mentions. I wanted to shout out Dunkadillo because we got to shout out my boy. It actually, when me bringing it to the show, got a lot of people playing it, so I thought that was cool. And then one I just played like literally today, and I've been hearing like a couple people here and there talk about it, is Mini Knights of Whisper. Have you guys heard of that one?
Yeah. I want to play that one. It's looking pretty awesome. Nice
little narrative experience. I don't want to say too much about it, but it's like $3, so check that one out. It's a really 1 to 2 hour experience. You're just gonna enjoy some really good writing and some great graphics and a pretty cool message about game storytelling. It's really good, so check that one out.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, awesome.
So the way that I did all my categories is I always have 2 runner-ups and then a winner. So I'll run through my 2 runner-ups quick. First up, I just wanted to give a little shout out, a little nod, a little positivity bump to Batography, which I have spent the entire year like kind of dunking on for various reasons. One, because it's like a 10-minute game that everyone used for a bingo square, and so I got salty about that. And 2, because a lot of people, it just came up a lot of conversation, and so I ended up being kind of a Scrooge about it. But it is genuinely an indie game, right? It is the true, like what you were saying, Seth, about a game being free. This is one dude who made like a simple game for a game jam, put it out for free, and somehow it had a weirdly outsized impact amongst the circles that we run in this year. Mm-hmm. So even if to me, it was kind of like you play it in a sitting, I marked it as a bingo game on my spreadsheet. Still, indie as heck for sure. So
yeah,
little nudge.
Also, did we all play? Did you play Batography too, Josh?
Mm-hmm.
So the funny story is, I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and knock that out this week." Steve's like, "Nah, you don't got to play it. You don't got to worry about it." So I just never played it because Steve was like, "Don't play it." So that's funny to me, but whatever.
My favorite thing about Batography is that developer also made Asymmetric Escape, which made Steve play Asymmetric Escape, and then I watched Steve play it on stream, and then I played Asymmetric Escape.
Yes.
So that is the best thing about that game to me, is it opened the window into another game that no one has ever heard of, and it's not from this year, but still, that happens sometimes, I suppose. So.
And Asymmetric Escape was really close to being a contender for our next category for me. So that's a genuinely great game. So yeah, no shame to the developer. So this is my apology to Batography for the whole year. You get a runner-up spot. My other one is a game that I've been championing for sure all year. That's Asura the Striker. Again, this is another one that way too few people played, but the couple people I know that have played it have been really enthusiastic about it, and rightfully so. It's really good. And it's a different branch of indie in my mind. There's certain subsets almost of indie. There's big budget, like bordering on AA, like your Super Giants of the world. There's Batographies, which is like small passion projects. And then Asura the Striker is just a couple of guys, I think mainly 2 Japanese developers, that really loved classic arcade games like Space Harrier, and they said, I want to make my own version of that thing. They had passion for something that like the modern industry has no stomach for and will never develop, and they said, basically, if you won't do it, I'll do it instead. And they made their own version of it, and it was incredible. So incredible passion project, and just one that I really had a lot of fun with. Want to give more people a nudge towards Asura the Striker. Did either of you ever end up playing it? I can't recall.
I did not.
I didn't either.
I'm going to have to argue pretty hard for it to make Game of the Year then. And then for the indiest indie game of 2025, and all these indies aren't necessarily like my favorite indiest indie. It's just truly what feels the most indie to me. My winner was Blippo Plus from Playdate, and then it moved on to, I think, PC as well. Because that is like theater kid energy, the game. That is truly just someone had the goofiest, weirdest passion project that has absolutely no marketability at all. The idea, probably a couple people sitting around in a bedroom at 2 a.m. said, what if we made a game that's like you're flipping through local access news channels? and we filmed ourselves doing all these weird channels. And then they said, screw it, let's do it. And let's release it on the Playdate of all consoles.
Yeah, that's insane.
So, like, just 1,000 checks in favor of it being indie as heck. I love the enthusiasm. I love that they just went for it. Even if it's like, I don't really have strong feelings about it as a game, other than like, I'm really happy it got made. It's you just flip through channels and watch videos. Like, it's, how do you really square up whether it's a good or a bad game? It's just like a piece of art that is cool that it exists. So I'm going to give my indiest indie game to Blippo Plus.
Hell yeah.
If I weigh in on that, I think that might truly be the indiest indie game. It was some weird ass game that was developed for a weird ass system like that.
That's true. Yeah.
That is super indie.
I assume, respectfully, weird ass people.
Yeah,
so it's hitting all three.
Yes.
Yeah, weird ass with parentheses positive. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Next category for the IndieQuest Awards 2025. I'll go first on this one. We'll keep the order going, like you were saying.
Okay.
This is the best indie game not from 2025 that you played this year in 2025. And I'm going to do what Steve did, and I'll do my 2 honorable mentions that I have for this, and then I'll unveil the winner. So first off, I wanted to give a shout out to Crypt Custodian. Really good.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, this game actually blew me away at just how fun it was. It was one of those ones where once you get started, you just don't want to stop. It's a nice isometric Metroidvania with that Kyle Thompson art style, and it's just so fun to play. Great boss design, really creative ways you like earn new abilities and things like that. And all the bosses were fun and challenging, but not like so hard that you just like keep hitting your head against the wall. It's like, yeah, it might take me 3 or 4 tries, but I'll get this boss, And then you get through the game, and it's just really good, and there's some optional challenges you can do, and it's just one of those games that I just didn't forget. I played it early in the year, and it was just stuck with me, so shout out to that. And then second shout out would be Pyre. This game surprised me a lot. It was a great Supergiant game, and I didn't expect it to become my favorite Supergiant game. Who knew? When Hades exists and all this other game, even Transistor, I really like that game too. So it's kind of like this weird sports, like fantasy sports game became my favorite Supergiant game this year. Who knew? It was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to bring me to my favorite non-2025 game that I played in 2025, which is Ultros.
Yeah, buddy. Let's go.
Yeah. I did start Inscription, guys, but I didn't get through it. So
I was going to say
the list. Yeah,
I was going to jump in.
Started it
in script.
But we talked about Ultros quite a bit on here, but it has that amazing art style from El Huervo? I can't say his name, but Nicholas Ackerblad, and then we have Rat Vader with the awesome music, and then it's just the craziest and most creative, like visually I've ever seen. And then there's some just crazy boss fights and just crazy design decisions in this that you don't normally see in a Metroidvania or gated exploration. And like some of the things you see in this game like will legitimately blow your mind. You're like, okay, they're doing this with the boss. Okay, so when I do another one of these, the plants grow. I'm not going to go too in depth on that, but you're like, oh my God, this is so crazy that this game works as well as it does, looks as good as it does, plays as well as it does. It's a masterpiece. It's a really good game. So Ultros, my non-2025 favorite of the year.
Nice. Yeah, that makes a lot
Wish
of
I could
sense.
just go back and simmer in that game again.
I know.
So good. All right. Well, then I'll go here. My first runner-up, I have to give a shout-out, well, especially to you, Seth, on this one. I played it right at the beginning of the year, and it was because I couldn't get to it in 2024. Got to give it to Cato Buttered Cat.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's a great one.
This year was good, as I'm sure we'll talk about, for puzzle platformers, but last year was quite strong as well. And Cato Buttered Cat definitely rose to the top of that pack. Just one, a tremendously creative game. Two, a tremendously meaty, generous game. So much puzzles, and the difficulty on that thing gets surprisingly steep, but always attainable, always doable. So I had a real great time with Cato Buttered Cat. Every so often, a puzzle platformer just like hits right, scratches the right part of my brain, and this was definitely one of those.
Yeah, I want to shout out on that game has one of the best hint systems without giving away the solution in any game. I feel like it's like, here's your little hint, just enough to where you can like, oh, I didn't think about that, and nothing else. It's not, doesn't give too much away. So I love that in a puzzle game like that.
Yep.
Yes, and I was not afraid of using it in some of those later puzzles because, oh man.
Yeah.
My second runner-up, I didn't mean to have two cat-themed runner-ups, but it is the case. And I promise this is not a joke. I just played this game. I just brought it to Polykill. It's Gar-type. I loved Gar-type so much. Did either of you guys hear me talk about this on Polykill? Not to out you as active listeners or not.
I am a very active listener, but oftentimes my listening is during activity.
Yeah.
So, that's how
kids and stuff.
Just say I haven't been at work, so I haven't listened to much podcasts. So it's
true.
sitting there. It's sitting there waiting for me. Yeah.
Okay, well then I'll give you a little bit more detailed of an explanation. Gar-type is a free-to-play itch.io browser-based Garfield fan game that is an R-type scrolling shooter clone. It is a horizontal scrolling shooter where the like evil alien race is a race of like mutant Garfields, and you play as ace pilot John Starbuckle trying to take down the Garfield alien horde. It is so funny. It is so tremendously well done. It is the perfect example of like a joke game where someone had like a stupid idea and then put all of their incredible talent behind making an actually tremendously fun, well-balanced, cool, good video game that still is constantly making you laugh the entire time you play it.
Dude, I'm looking at
amazing.
screenshots. I'm looking at the itch website, like the actual page. This is an incredibly well done, like you said it, but holy crap, it looks so good to be just a Garfield shooter.
Yeah.
That did not make any money.
The pixel art is incredible. The sound design is top notch. There's some good original music and some good like remixes and some songs pulled from games like some Mega Man X games and stuff like that. It plays super well. You can play it for free in your browser. You can control the ship with the mouse. So anyone who's curious can just Google Gar type, click a button, and start playing it. It's free for everyone. It's so funny. It has so many like little nods and jokes to Garfield in there, but my favorite one by far is, as is tradition for some reason with every shooter, as you're approaching the boss, it always pulls up a big banner caution screen that says like, warning, large threat approaching, and has like a siren playing. Mm-hmm. In this game, as you approach the boss, it pulls up a big banner that says threat level Mondays.
Perfect.
That's amazing.
So dang good. And it came out like late 2024, like December 23rd, right before Christmas 2024. So it's actually the unfortunate type of game that exists in the no man's land between my game of the year list creation and the next year starting, where by the rules I've laid out, it's not ever eligible. But here's your shout out. Go play Gar type. It's really freaking cool. And then my winner, I won't belabor it too much. What can I say after Gar type? But my winner is Pyre. I loved my time playing through Pyre. Big surprise hit for me, especially after Transistor, which I enjoyed, but I was like, okay, I think that what I'm learning is that all the Supergiant games are good until Hades, where it's really good.
Yeah.
And then Pyre comes in and I'm like, oh damn, it's time to rethink some things, because the characters in this game are so good, the music is so good, the world is so well realized. It's such a different vibe to the other games, but also so like earnestly Supergiant. Just a fantastic, creative, flexible game that adjusts to your decision making. I get why it has its reputation as a black sheep, but I think folks should give it another shot. If you've only heard that this is the black sheep of Supergiant's catalog, don't let that deter you, because I think for a lot of people, this game really has something special for you. And of course, you can go listen to our entire episode about this game to hear much more detailed thoughts, so I won't take up too much of my time here.
Awesome. Yeah, I think don't go into Pyre expecting the other Supergiant games. If you go into it thinking it's a Supergiant looking game, then you're going to have a good time. Like, don't have any other expectations. I think that's the reason a lot of people were turned off about playing it, honestly. It's not Transistor, it's not Hades, but it's its own thing, and it's amazing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right. Speaking of Pyre, I'm actually going to just give a list of games that I actually have for consideration for this award. And Pyre is one of those games. So I've got Pyre. I've got The Exit 8, which
nice,
super unique, interesting game where you try to find anomalies, but it's kind of creepy. I also played Platform 8. Both of them are very good, but The Exit 8 hits in a certain way that I didn't quite get with Platform 8. Still good, though. Did I say The Last Campfire? I don't remember if I said The Last Campfire. The Last Campfire. A game that is on the quest log, and I played it for bingo because I didn't want to just do second opinions for the play IndieQuest games. And The Last Campfire is a fantastic puzzle game. It's just
it's really good.
It's not overly challenging, but from start to finish, it gives you this very nice story, nice and concise, and just a very fun from start to end game. And I recommend anyone out there that is into puzzlers, they should go play Last Campfire if you haven't already. Zero Ranger. What else can I say about Zero? If you want to hear about Zero Ranger, go listen to my review earlier this year of Zero Ranger. An incredible shooter, shmup, I suppose, that does the shmup thing, but also does a lot of other stuff. And that developer is very well known for doing that, right? They throw a wrench into what you would typically think of the genre of game that you're playing, they'll throw a wrench in and make it go in a different direction and have a surprisingly amazing story in this not well-known genre for very good stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
And lastly, a game that I didn't beat, but I put a lot of time into and I need to get back to, Rogue Legacy 2.
Oh,
a
same.
good one.
I should go back to that. Yeah,
It
great game.
is so good, so hard. It is. It is. If you enjoy a good roguelite, you're gonna. I mean, I don't think there's a single person out there that is into Rogue anything that doesn't like Rogue Legacy or Rogue Legacy 2. They're amazing. They're exactly what you go for when you want that kind of experience. So, of those 5, Pyre was very close. Very, very close.
The fake out.
Yeah.
Yes. It was my runner-up. Pyre was right there, clawing. And honestly, if it wasn't for the number 1 game, Pyre would have been it, obviously. But I cannot not give it to Zero Ranger. Zero Ranger
had to
is a special... Pyre is special too. They're all special in their own way, but Zero Ranger is special. It's special. It's different. And only people out there who've played it are like, yeah, I know. And if you haven't played it, you don't get it, but you should play it if you're into that type of game at all. I will warn you, it is hard. I talked about Rogue Legacy 2 being hard. Zero Ranger is also hard. And it is mean. It is so punishing, but it is so rewarding when you actually do the thing, right? So, yeah, Zero Ranger is my favorite game that I played this year that wasn't from this year.
Awesome.
I can't remember if Void Stranger was mine in this category last year. I should have gone back and listened to last year's Game of the Year episode, but as someone who's never played Zero Ranger but has played Void Stranger, I'm like, yeah, I get that 100%.
It's wild, man. And it's a game like Void Stranger, I believe you said is similar, right? It's hard to recommend to everyone, but it's like if you have even the passing interest, you should go play it. But
yes. It's like if you're the type of person, you should self-select in and it will be good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, our next category is going to be one of our first categories that the community voted on. Mm-hmm. It's going to be the community's favorite old indie game. So what's their favorite game that they played that did not release in 2025 but is indie? And since by rotation I'm destined to go first, I suppose I'll just go down the list here because I think looking through this list, we did not get a single duplicate. No 2 people. We got a good number of entries, so thank you everyone for who voted. 26 in total. Not a single duplicate as far as I've seen. So I guess I'll just give you all here a list of 26 great not 2025 indies to check out. And we can make a note of all the ones that aren't on the quest log, so now we'll know which ones to bring in the future.
okay.
And these are all anonymous write-ins, so we don't know exactly who lined up what. Some of these I can kind of pick out who I think you are. But yeah, we have Alpha and Iota, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. Heck yeah, let's go. Dear Esther, Crimson Clover, World Explosion, Islets, Signalis, The Binding of Isaac, The Messenger, great game. Citizen Sleeper, well, good news for you about the sequel, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Crow Country, love that. Psychroma, Stray. A tie between Post Void or 1,000 Times Resist. The bold 2025 game in the not 2025 list, Promise Mascot Agency.
I'm looking at the submission by this person, and I think they just did their top 3. So we might have to we might have to comment on that in the future because they're all 3 of them are from 2025. So anyway,
All right, that's fair. Well, I'm glad you loved Promise Mascot Agency.
Yes.
A Short Hike, Mosalina, which. They give a comment and they say, that moment in a game when you solve a puzzle in your own completely unintended way, but it works out and you feel awesome? Mosalina, it's so hard not to say that correctly, is the personification of exactly that, and it freaking rules. And that game is, I believe, by the developer of Baba Is You.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Have you guys played that? It's actually really fun.
Do you count watching Northern Lion play it?
Okay,
So,
if you've
yes,
seen,
I have.
so you know what the game is. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So just a randomly generated platformer. It's just a cool idea. You get 2 random items and you got to figure out the puzzle. It's really cool.
Yeah, that game seems awesome. So good pick. 100 Pumpkins 2. Anything?
Yeah. I'm just happy
Rare-
it happened twice, honestly. So
Yeah. Rare is the genuine surprise, but my eyes bulged on that one. No idea. Happy for you though. Arcade Paradise, Chicken Journey with a runner-up to Donut County, Kingsway, and then they put in parentheses, please check it out. I love the added please, I'm begging you, this game deserves more love. That's basically our entire show is founded on that principle.
Yes.
So I feel you. Tinykin, oh, that's a great pick.
That's amazing.
Toem, Wilmot Works It Out. That person's definitely smarter than me. Dredge, Fez, and Presentiment of Death released for PlayStation VR 2 in 2025, and it was the only such indie I played, making it my favorite indie game. I hated it. I really respect your dedication to still answer the question.
Yes.
That is a genuinely appreciated right in there. So sorry. And there's, I guess, 25 great games. Well, 24 great games that came out in previous years. Promise Mascot Agency, which was good this year, and one game that sucks or that this person did not like.
yeah, that's funny.
Oh man, yeah,
that is cool.
It's kind of an experiment to see what we would get. Send a community survey out there, see what happens. So it's always fun to see all the submissions, especially the anonymous factor. It's like, oh, I think I know who that is. It's like the last one is like. It sounded a little bit like Elite NYT, but I'm not being judgmental. I'm just being honest. Yeah. So, yeah. All right. So the next one is next award that we're going to be talking about today is the best indie game soundtrack of 2025. What is the best sounding game of the year? Oh, this one is a tough one this year for me.
It's tough every year.
It is.
Yeah,
it is forever terrible. I don't know why we do this to ourselves. If I'm being honest, it is. I mean, because if you don't have a tough time naming the winner on this one, then you didn't have a lot of joy, in my opinion. Like the music, I think for all of us, we're not all musically inclined dudes. We've said that time and again, but we very much enjoy good tunes in our indie games. So I think this will go right back to me then, right? And I'll start this one. So I had so many to choose from, and it's very difficult to even give runners up because there was just so much good music. So I'll just start naming a few off. Motion Wreck, very cool, unique, interesting music. Ooh, kind of retro sounding music in a lot of ways, but just there's a little bit of like a leitmotif, I think, in Ooh, where it kind of redoes the same theme over and over again, but depending on the level you're in, it layers it in differently. So very cool. Stories from Soul the Gun Dog gives you that like PC 98's, the Sega CD vibe. Kingdoms of the Dump is a game that I played recently. It's just so good musically. Loved it. Starvaders is my runner-up for sure. Starvaders, it was so hard to shove Starvaders out. And that just shows you how good of a music year this was, for me at least. Because Starvaders, I came here just raving about how good that OST was. Said it rivaled Zero Ranger as like indie OSTs. It is that good. Mm-hmm. But there is one that I could not give it to. Because Starvaders has, I don't know, around 10 tracks-ish, I think. Whereas the one I chose has so many. And they are, honestly, as far as I know, they're still making music for it because I don't even think it's done, like, releasing DLC to this point. And that is Look Outside. Look Outside's music is absolutely incredible. Every one of them is an absolute banger. And the thing is, for me personally, I never think of horror games as amazing musical masterpieces. Like oftentimes it's just creepy to creep you out. Whereas Look Outside is, oh my gosh, some of the most banging boss music you've ever heard. And, half of the things that you fight in Look Outside are bosses. So it's just banger after banger after banger. Such a good game. If anyone out there hasn't checked out Look Outside, I beg you, go at least listen to the music, certainly, but watch a video or something on it of the beginning to see if you'd be into it. It's not a game that I don't know that I could recommend to everyone. It is easily a main quest game and certainly one of the best games that came out this year, in my opinion, but without a shadow of a doubt, best OST from 2025.
Dude, That's one of the few ones. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was one of the main soundtracks I listened to this year for a game I'll probably never play. It's like this soundtrack is so good just to listen to on its own. Like I don't know if I'm really interested in playing that game. Yeah. It's really not my thing, but it just hits really really hard for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's so funny because I was going to say the same thing where I limited my list to games I played. But I have listened to a lot of the Look Outside soundtrack after you brought it to the show and was hyping it up, and it is so good, man. It is so good.
It's really, really good.
It is.
All right. That pushes it out to me. It seems like okay. So this one's tough for me because there's such a variety of music. So it's like comparing apples and oranges for my taste here and the style of music I like to listen to. I have two quick shout outs. We have Citizen Sleeper 2's soundtrack by Amos Roddy was just amazing. Yeah. I like that. Mm-hmm. It's very ambient. It's very like chill synth, type of feeling, electronic music. It'll just get you in the mood to like bob your head as you're reading some really good dialogue. But it's pretty recent for me, obviously, but because I just played it last week. But it was really good. But there are two that just kept fighting their way into this number one for me, back and forth, and I had to listen to both of them like multiple times. Like, okay, I'm settling here. So we got first runner up is the Skate Story soundtrack by Blood Cultures. This is just the most variety, I would say, maybe in any of the soundtracks I heard this year. Like, it is all electronic music, but it's all different types of electronic music. And they actually mix in some rock music in there, too. It's just a little bit of everything. And it just sounds so good. It'll get your toe tapping. Yeah. Big highlight from that game. And then my number one OST from the year is going to be from Wanderstop. My boy came back, C418 from Minecraft, and I was a little skeptical, but it's honestly my favorite like background music of the year. Like respect, with a big heart at the end of that sentence. Right. Like it's just kind of been the background music to my year since that soundtrack came out, and it's just chill. It's really relaxing. It's kind of melancholic. It's that very same like Minecrafty vibe, of course, but the game meant a lot to me too. Spoilers, it's probably on my top 10 somewhere. Game is awesome, and I'll just think about the game. I'll think about my life and think about growth and being a better person listening to the soundtrack, and it just adds to that. It's just amazing. So in a year of like crazy good music, surprised this one kind of rose to the top. The cream rose to the top for this one, but hey, it's just rules. I really loved it.
That is the game that I, honestly, of anything that you guys have both played, that's the one I regret the most not having played this year. Because I feel like it would check me a little bit. And I might need that sometimes. So it's a game that I hope to get around to next year for sure.
Yeah, we'll probably talk more about it, but it penetrates you, man. It gets in your head.
Yeah, it does.
All right. For me, this is the only category that I allowed myself 4 runner-ups because are you kidding me? It's just not fair. And I kid you not, I did no manipulation of my sheet. I did not rearrange these things while you're talking. My first 2 runner-ups are Wander Stop and Skate Story. So
Hell yeah.
Wander Stop, agree with everything you said, incredibly relaxing. It's the soundtrack I probably put on most when I was at work and like needing to focus on something, but just wanted like some relaxing music in the background. It's also a tremendously generous soundtrack. It is huge. There are so many tracks.
3 hours long or something.
Yeah.
I think the runtime is. Yeah.
Just a ton. So really, really good. And then Skate Story, yeah. For me, Skate Story is really interesting because I feel like it's an example of like a really well curated score in a movie or like music in a movie, because I don't know that I would enjoy or like want to listen to the Skate Story soundtrack like in my car out and about. Like it's not bad, but it's just not really my thing. But in the game, it fits so perfectly and it is so additive to the experience that I truly can't imagine that game sounding any other way. And so in terms of like vibing midst playthrough, Skate Story soundtrack rules. Third runner-up is got to go to the Asura the Striker soundtrack. It is so good, but the reason it's a runner-up is because like it's way too short. It's only like 10 tracks and it's like 24 minutes or 28 minutes runtime total. And it's all good, but it's one of those soundtracks where 3 of the songs on the soundtrack are the best songs you've ever heard in your entire life. They're so unbelievably good. And then the other ones are just solid. And so those 3 songs punch so high above their weight, but because there are other more well-rounded soundtracks, I'll give it to that in the end. But please, people, I don't know if there is a way to go listen to the Asura the Striker soundtrack other than to buy the game and play it or buy the soundtrack on Steam. Last I checked, it was not posted up anywhere on the internet, YouTube or otherwise, so give it a listen. It's good. And then my last runner-up, of course, Citizen Sleeper 2. I pretty much every single IndieQuest OST we've ever done, I found a way to talk about Citizen Sleeper 1 in some way, and this is Amos Roddy doing more of that. It's just as good, but the new tracks all they add to the tone of the game, which is slightly different from the first one. There's some good kind of like remixes or plays on themes from the original game, and then some really great original tracks too. Still just top tier. But don't feel too bad, Amos Roddy. Even if you got the runner-up spot, you also got the winner's spot with Ball Pit. Okay?
Oh, that's so good.
I feel so dumb that I did not give Ball Pit a runner-up. That is my fault. That is my fault. Because it deserves to be on my runner-up list. There's just so many good soundtracks this year, but Ball Pit also would have been on mine. My bad.
Yeah. Fantastic, energetic, interesting, unique soundtrack that I don't know how you could possibly like fit correctly into a like Arkanoid style roguelike, but the energy matches it perfectly despite the huge range that he has on this. And for me, I think what I really liked about it is that I've been such a big fan of Amos Roddy through the Citizen Sleeper soundtracks for so long. It's really fun to see him put some like high energy, like toe tappy sort of thumping music, like to see still his style still has that kind of like almost ambient electronic pace to it, but so much more upbeat, so much more energetic, so much more like adrenaline pumping. So such a fun soundtrack, so unique, so different from anything else that came out this year. Another one like Wander Stop with a huge range of different types of songs on there. There's some like slower ones, some very, very fast ones, some relaxing ones like the town music and stuff. Just one that I have loved since I've been playing the game. I've been listening to it a lot. I was listening to it today with while I was playing Hot Wheels with my toddler, and he stops and says, "I like this song." I was like, "Oh,
heck yeah,
me too."
Yes, I do too. Yeah,
you're dang right. Me too. So yeah, Ball Pit, it takes it for me.
Yeah,
Sweet.
Ball Pit. My God, that is such a good OST. So good.
It is. I was just playing some of that today too. That's a great game. We might
It
talk about
is.
that some more.
Maybe.
Anyway, maybe we'll see. All right, but I did want to say real quick, since we are talking about the music, the next episode will be our IQ OST Best of 2025. So I'm sure we'll hear some music from all these games on the next episode. So be excited for that. People seem to like those episodes, so we're gonna keep doing them.
Something
All right.
I did want to mention. Maybe you said it, Josh, and I missed it as I was reading something. But did any of us mention Silk Song at all? Because
No, but it is a great soundtrack.
Unfair
really
if we
good.
didn't. It is
Yeah.
very good. Yeah, I mean it's
It
it's
was on
more
my
of
list at one point.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
I probably should have had some more. That should have been my third runner up. Probably like was that the Cogwork Core whatever?
Oh my
that
God,
track
it's so
like
good.
sticks out so good. All the music in that game's great too. That's obvious. So yeah.
Cool.
All right. Isn't that funny that Silk Song came out this year and we're like, yeah, it's just obvious, it's awesome. But anyway,
Yeah.
that's my opinion. So, and it finally came out.
Yes.
Next up is number 5, which is our host shout outs. So we kind of come up with our own categories in this one. And then I know we all try to do the other person's categories like on the spot. That's what we did last couple times, right? It's kind of a fun grab bag category here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like to try to line it up. Because sometimes you guys come up with weird ones. I might come up with a weird one. So it's like, oh, let's look through my list and try to grab something that would fit this as well. So
Should I? It's my turn, right? I think. But
yes.
should I go and just do all the categories, or just do one and we go around the horn and do another one, or just how do you want to do it?
I've got 2 different categories that I did. So I think you can just do all of yours, and then we'll just you name your category, your first one, give your game, and then we'll do that. We'll give the games that we would, and then you do it again.
Then okay, sounds good. Yeah, okay, gotcha. All right, so honestly, I used the same categories I did last year. So I don't know if you guys remember. The first one is called "I'm Not Crying, You're Crying," and this is my favorite narrative of the year. So I had 2 runner-ups for this one. Promise Mascot Agency. I just loved the found family. It was just a really fun story. Lots of great jokes and humor in it, and actually really like captivating, like crime story. And then like in the middle of that, you have a crying tofu that you help figure out its emotions. It's just has a little bit of everything in it, and it has just that quirky, fun heart that I love in any type of media. And it was just this game will make you laugh a lot, and it'll actually get you choked up at the end. I know I was when it was wrapping up. So great game. And then second up, I wanted to shout out. This is the only shout out time I have to shout this one out this year, and I don't know if we've talked about it on the show at all. Is And Roger? Have you guys played that or heard of it? Yeah.
Yep. I played it.
So yeah, it's kind of like a 1 to 2 hour narrative game in the style of Florence, that mobile game, where it's like a bunch of little simple mini games, and it's a story about dementia, and I won't go too much in depth with that, but it's a very heart wrenching story and worth playing. So that's my other runner up, and then my favorite story of the year, surprise, it's Citizen Sleeper 2. Oh my God, that story was so. Good. Oh my dude, like I had this is like one of the few games that I had chills playing multiple times, and I cried, like openly cried multiple times, because like I got so attached to the characters in this game. Like such an awesome game. It's just like one of my favorite gaming experiences of the year was just like devouring this in a few days, like I just loved it. So high recommend for people who are just like really into story, want to experience a very unique and feels personal, and it also feels like it has a big scope too, and has some nice political things in it. It's just immaculate. It's an amazing game. So had to shout it out.
Heck yeah. All right. So I'm racing to think. So you want my best narratives here? I'm racing to think what they would be in real time. I would say I'm going to borrow 2 of yours.
Okay.
One is And Roger, which was when you said the category's name, immediately I'm like, And Roger is my pick for this category. So maybe it's my winner. I'll call it my winner there. Citizen Sleeper 2, also huge thumbs up for that one. Definitely somehow carries on like the legacy of the first game and does a lot more with it. I love the themes of Citizen Sleeper 2. Again, this was a good year for found family games. This was a good year for games about like finding your people and navigating your relationships and making yourself stronger through your relationships with other people.
Yeah.
Citizen Sleeper, definitely that. I would put Promise Mascot Agency in here. Guys, I am trying so hard to get through it. I couldn't finish it in time for this, but I'm close, okay? I know for a fact I'm close. How can I not spoil where I am narratively? A certain Grand Prix has come to town. That's where I am in the story right now.
Nice.
Yeah, you're pretty
So we're pretty dang near. Yeah, fantastic time. Also, for anyone playing Promise Mascot Agency, if you're early on, I feel like the narrative is kind of slow and expansive initially because it's more about the exploration. But there's like a point in Promise Mascot Agency where like the narrative, like the tires finally catch traction, and holy crap, it just takes off down the road.
Yes.
Yeah. And would I give it to anything else? That might ultimately do it. I might just copy your answers on this one.
That's fine.
Yeah. I'm a little tempted to put Wander Stop in there too. It doesn't actually have itself a very direct narrative, but it does. But what I resonated with more and more are the themes than the actual
like
storyline itself. Yeah. But if we're just talking about like narrative takeaways, I would also definitely throw in Wander Stop there as well.
Hell yeah. How about you, Seth?
All right, for me, I've got several to consider. Promise Mascot Agency. Honestly, as soon as you said story, Josh, that was like, oh, probably going to be Promise Mascot Agency. So that is certainly in consideration. I would love for you to back me up on this one, Josh.
Okay.
It doesn't, maybe the best for me was Motion Wreck because of how it ends. I don't know if you remember how that game ends.
Yeah.
It really ties everything together. You don't really know what's going on as you're playing that game until you get to the end. And it doesn't say anything, but it wraps up very nicely. Silk Song has a nice story. Like it just does.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it really does.
It's very, very good. For me, probably the winner of the year for that, and honestly, it better be kind of because it's the whole game, and that is Stories from Soul the Gun Dog. It is a visual novel.
There we go.
It is literally a story. It is not a game. It is, but purely because you're holding a controller. Otherwise, it is a book that you play, and a very good one at that. Lots of different directions you can go in, different endings, different choices you can make. A very good, really outstanding story that people should check out because I feel like there's not a lot of people who played it this year, honestly. So,
yeah, that game is very akin to Citizen Sleeper, also.
Yeah.
So, like in what it is, it's kind of like a big like you're reading a lot, experiencing story with some dialogue and choices that changes the outcome. So. Hey, Seth, you should play Citizen Sleeper at least at some point. You should. You should.
Yes.
You'd enjoy
I'm sure
it.
I would. Yes.
Yeah, I think honestly in that game, the funniest thing because I know how you play games, you'd probably be more focused on like the management and like min-maxing the dice rolls and stuff more than the story. Just how you are with games.
That way, yes.
Yeah. Anyway.
Sure.
So the next category I have is called "What Does This Button Do?" It's the best game mechanic, or my favorite game mechanic of the year. So I have two runner-ups that I'll shout real quick. I will say it's kind of a mechanic, but I just really love the immersive environments and like fun doodads they have all over the place in Skin Deep, which is that immersive sim I really liked. There was just so many things in the environment to play and screw around with that it just made it a lot of fun. Second runner-up for that one would be building. Runner-up is a good pun for this one, yeah, because it's building up momentum in Haste. The Haste Broken Worlds game I played this year, where it's literally a runner, but the like neurons that fire in my head as I'm getting more and more speed and just landing each of the little like down trajectory hills to get more momentum, and you're just blasting across the map. It just feels so good. And then my favorite game mechanic of the year is moving some feet in baby steps. Come on. Yeah. I had to put it in there. It's just it's just really fun to see somebody come up with a really creative gameplay mechanic that you've never seen before and then try to master it. And that's what this game is all about. And it's just so much fun. So had to shout it out.
Heck yeah.
I can respect that. Man, I feel like Josh somehow is taking all of my answers as we go. I would say for my favorite game mechanics, this is tough because I don't want to give anything away.
I could go before you and steal even more of yours.
Yeah, why don't you take it to fill my list out even more?
If I'm thinking game mechanics, there are a lot of great game mechanics from this year, honestly, and I could list a whole bunch. But two that are on my list rise all the way to the top, cream to the top, like Josh said. And that is OO and Motion Wreck. They both do basically one thing very, very well. And, OO is about finding different ways to use these bombs to propel your caterpillar body in different areas. And at first it's like, oh, this is simplistic, but then it's all of a sudden really not. And Motion Wreck is about recording where you can walk or jump or run or climb, whatever, and then redoing that in other places where there is no way to climb across a gap, for example. Both of them do their mechanic extremely well from start to end and have variations on it as you go. In OO, you get a second bomb. You learn that you can do certain things with that bomb that the game doesn't come right out and tell you. You just have to figure it out yourself based on the environment. And Motion Wreck does the exact same thing, where there's an environmental challenge. Maybe there's a platform that's going in a circle now. Oh, I never thought about the fact that I could record in a circle. And yeah, both of them do that very well. So those are my two answers. And I couldn't tell you which one I would actually give it to. They're tied. They're both very good at it. So
yeah.
Motion Wreck would for sure be on my list too. That would probably be my winner, honestly, because that was the one mechanic this year that when I saw it, I was like, this is too smart. Like, how has no one thought of this before? This is genius. But I think the one other runner-up that I would give that we did not already mention is I do want to give a shout-out to the stress system that was added to Citizen Sleeper 2. I think that's actually been a point of contention for a lot of people, but I like the way that it gives more stakes to your decisions. So, Seth, I know you didn't play it, but it's a game that's about dice rolls, and they have this stress mechanic where basically as stress accumulates, it kind of represents your character slipping up and making mistakes, and it can break dice that you have, which basically guarantee low rolls on those dice. And so a lot of times the way that it feels is like problems cascade and build, right? Because you get stressed, your dice break, and then you get into a situation where now your dice are worse, so you're going to get worse outcomes, which stress you out more, and it can snowball. But the whole game is about managing that. It's about failing forward and finding ways to keep going in spite of what feel like impossible odds. And so it ties in thematically really well. And it just made there was a point in the first Citizen Sleeper where I kind of I was just on autopilot. I was churning out wins as I went. But Citizen Sleeper 2, I was on the edge of my seat the entire time, but it never got too oppressive. So I'd give it to Citizen Sleeper 2.
Awesome.
That's awesome. I was thinking about that too. It's the thing about that system is if you completely fail, your dice become glitched. So they can either be 1 or 6, or I think it's 1 or 4 or something like that. And usually you get the lower outcome because it's 80-20, for the lower outcome. So I had 2 glitch dice by the end because you get into the heat of the moment. You're like, I want to see what happens. I want to get through this area. And I glitched myself out twice. And it really felt bad to have 2 of my dice occasionally glitch out on me where I would pretty much get a bad roll on that dice. But it adds to the tension of the game, like you were saying. It's so cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. All right. Are those your only 2 categories, Josh?
I do have the last category, but I feel like you guys might have the same category as me, kind of, because I feel like this happened last year. But I have one that's called "I'm Sorry We're Closed," which is basically the games I couldn't get to that I want to play next year, early next year. Do you guys have a category like that this year or no?
I have one that's kind of similar, but I don't have that. But I certainly have answers for that. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I could come up.
I have a
with
few.
them.
I just wanted to throw out. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw these out. I'm not gonna go too in depth, but the main one I actually really want to get to is Rhythm Doctor. I bought it and I just haven't got to it yet. I probably will play it in the next couple weeks here. You know, it's one of those ones that like Steve turned me on to. He's like, "Hey, this game's awesome." You know, brought it to the show, and I'm like, "This is." I know I'm gonna have a great time with it. And then I want to play Dispatch. I think that counts as an indie game, right? It feels AAA, but it is an indie game, right? Dispatch. I think so.
Close.
I discussed this
Yeah.
with Petey actually in one of our game nights, and I was like, I think it's indie, and she's like, if that game's indie, and I'm like, well, I don't know. I guess. I mean, it's not a full price game.
Yeah, I feel like it's yeah, it's kind of in the same bucket as Expedition
Yeah, a little
33,
bit.
right? Where it's like, you know, it's like it feels a little in between AAA and indie maybe, but I do want to play that. A couple of indies I do want to play is Get Tilted. Because our buddies Chris and Max, I've been saying, hey Josh, you'd like this game, so I bought it. It was on sale for like $1 or something, so I'll play it. It looks fun. I haven't tried it yet. You play as a potted plant. It has or like a pot that you have to like get up and do platformy things. Kind of a rage game. And then the last one I'll probably shout out here is besides playing more Ball Pit, which that's just going to be a thing I do anyway, is a game called Hypogea. Have you guys heard of that one at all?
I have not.
I don't think so.
It's Hypogea, Hypogea. It's a platforming. You play like it's kind of like a brutalist PS2 graphics looking platformer where you play a robot trying to platform, and there's like a story. It looks very like moody and atmospheric. It's just a game that really grabbed me when I saw the trailer, and I'm gonna probably get it. I haven't bought it yet, but I'm gonna get it and play it soon because it just looks really cool. So that's some games I want to get to in like the next month or so, pretty much month or two. So yeah,
Nice. I can run through the games that I wish I got to or that I really should have. There's kind of a theme here amongst mine. One is Stories from Soul the Gun Dog. As soon as Seth brought that to the show, I was like, this is my thing, man. Yes. And the second he linked me that there's a physical copy, I bought it instantly without hesitation. And then I just spent the entire year being like, I'm going to play that soon. I'm going to play that soon. And then now here we are, and it's too late. I did you dirty.
I really
So,
want you to play that game
apologize.
so you can tell me how to get the couple trophies that I'm missing. Because there's still no guide for it at last check. So whenever you do, that's my dog in the fight, I guess. So,
All right, that's fair.
there you go.
One that I actually did play about 3-4 hours of, but just didn't have the time to get all the way through, is The Seance of Blake Manor. I think if I played that entire game, it would be a pretty strong candidate for my list, my top 10, because from the little bit I played, it seemed like so captivating, so interesting, so well done. It's just one of those things where I did not have time for a 30-hour game that's entirely at my PC this year, so I had to set it aside. And then I have 3 RPGs that I feel guilty that I just always leave RPGs out in the dust. One is Demon's School, which is a game that was one of my most anticipated all year, and then it came out and I felt like I didn't have the time to get to it because by the time it launched, I was already churning through a backlog of other 2025 games that I wanted to finish, and my brain did the sad calculus of I can do one Demon's School or I can do 6 other games. So couldn't get to it. Another is Kingdoms of the Dump. That game looks fantastic. I love Chrono Trigger, and it seems like such like a well-made game of that style. And then last one, this is a shout out to a game that I think went under a lot of people's radars, but I've heard a lot of really good buzz, is a game called Quartet.
yes.
Another turn-based RPG out on Steam. Seems to be like a real fan favorite amongst RPG heads this year. And so I would have loved to have played that, just if for no other reason than to give it a little more spotlight, because I feel like it's not too discussed. But hopefully next year I can get around to Quartet.
I'm glad you mentioned Quartet, Steve, because that one is also on my list. Purely because there are a lot of YouTubers, RPG YouTubers that I watch that played Quartet that very much like Quartet. Super Derek, David V, I believe, and like lot of good YouTubers. Where if they're mentioning indie RPGs, they're probably pretty good, right? So
Yeah, yes.
that is definitely one for me. One that Josh played recently, Pipistrello, I never got to.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I feel
yeah.
very bad about that because I know for a fact that game would be absolutely my jam. A random game that I had like slotted for Halloween this year that I didn't get to, and I feel bad about it because we only play so many games during that season, right? That we can bring to the show, and I just, we slot things in different ways. We're playing different games, so I never got to this one. It's pretty obscure, but looks awesome. It's called House of Necrosis. It is like a mystery dungeon survival horror game. It looks so sick, and I want to get to that. Maybe Halloween season next year. In terms of stuff that I purchased and have sitting waiting for me, because all that stuff was just like wish list type stuff, there's one more that I have that I know I'll be getting to soon enough once our co-op group finishes the current game we're on, and that is, I believe it's called Mysopunk or Mycopunk, but I believe it's Mycopunk. Okay.
I always say Michael. I never heard it said out loud. That's one of those words, you read it all the time. So
yeah, it's a mushroom thing, I think. But anyway, it looks
Myso might make more sense.
Yeah, I would
right?
think so because of that.
Mycelium,
Yes.
Yeah.
Looks so sick. One of the coolest looking games from this year, honestly, that I didn't play. Have it purchased, just haven't gotten to it. Didn't get to it in 2025, unfortunately, but we'll be playing it soon, so I hopefully will report back on that and can let you guys know how it is. But just an FPS where you play 4-player and looks really cool. I think it's a whole like story too, where you play for like 20 hours, missions and things like that. So yeah, those are my games that I'm very much wish that I would have gotten to this year.
Awesome.
Nice.
But yeah, that's all my categories. So I always enjoy doing this thing where we kind of like make up our own categories. So Steve, what's yours? I'm excited.
I have two. I think you're both going to struggle to give me any answers for my second category. But my first one, you'll probably have some answers. My first category is, I'm sorry, but why didn't I get into this more? Which is for the games that I thought were going to be dead ringers. They're squarely in my tastes, but for one reason or another, they just didn't quite find their way onto my list, or I didn't have the enthusiasm about that. My first game on this is Nubby's Number Factory. This is like my sense of humor, my thing, my kind of game. I'm a Balatro fiend. And it's not because none of these games are necessarily bad games, but for whatever reason, this game's loop just did not hook me in the way that some of these other like build your own, like pick 3 passives, do a run type of roguelikes do. I love the goofiness of it. I love the energy that this dude has, and I love that the numbers get so big that it's like impossible to comprehend. But for whatever reason, the loop didn't capture me. I played a little bit of it and was like, all right, I feel like I got my fill, and then I never ordered DoorDash from Nubby's Number Factory again. That was the one time I ate there.
Yeah.
My second one, which I'm not going to belabor at all, I'm just going to say the word, is Silksong. Didn't quite land with me quite the way I expected it to as a longtime Hollow Knight fiend, but don't come for me, Silksong heads. I'm sure you're going to get your due as these awards go on. I was a little baby. It was too hard for me, all right? I was like, I don't want to wait for another couch. I don't want to wait for a bench. I want to have one now. I'm sick of dying. So
Punishing.
that's on me. And last one is Ruffy and the Riverside, which 3D platformer, a throwback to all the types of games that I'm constantly championing. But it just was a little too story and puzzle heavy, which are like the last two things I really want in my 3D platformers. I just want to jump around on platforms. So those are all games that are cool and would be great games for some other people, but for me, just didn't quite hit.
All right. I will slot some in there as well. I'm going to say, without a shadow of a doubt, one of mine, and probably my number one, is Nubby's Number Factory as well. And I think the reason behind it is maybe playing it as early as we did, like very shortly after it came out. I haven't really gone back to look any of the additions, but it felt like, unlike Balatro, it felt like I got to a point where I was like, all right, I'm good. I'll need to keep playing this. It has not addicted me in the same way. It hasn't drawn me in. I think a big part of that is there are no achievements on Steam, or there weren't the last time I checked. So many of us want those for playing these types of games, right? I said something similar of Ball Pit. Ball Pit takes you to a point where, okay, I got the platinum. Okay, how many hours did I play? 35? Okay, there we go. That's a sufficient amount of time in that roguelite. If I want to do more, I absolutely can in the future. But I got my trophies and I'm happy. Nubbies didn't do that. It just, hey, you beat the run. You can make it harder. It's very much that retro style challenge at your own risk type of thing versus give me something for the challenge, right? So I wholeheartedly agree with that one. I don't know that I have another one like that, Steve, where it's like, oh, I wish I kind of enjoyed this more. I think the core thought of that question is, I wish I had more. I wish I would have gotten into it more, which I think immediately of Kingdoms of the Dump. And the only reason I say that is because I had to table it to play other things. So not at all a knock on Kingdoms of the Dump. It is purely because I played 7 hours, and that's probably a quarter of how much that game is going to take me. And I had to go play other stuff. And now when the new year hits, I'm going to go back and play Kingdoms of the Dump. So those would be in my two for that category.
Sweet. I have a few on this one. There is a game called Clover Pit.
Oh, yeah.
I played it on stream for the Polykill thing. I played that stream, really enjoyed it. And then I played like 7-8 more runs or something. And like the runs are so similar and repetitive that it feels like it's legitimately gambling, and you can't really. There's strategy, of course, and I've watched like Northern Lion. I've watched some people stream in some gameplay, and I see the strategy there. But it's just you have to spend so many runs and so much time to unlock everything that I was like, do I want to play this anymore? It was cool. It has a cool atmosphere. I like the look of it, like in the vibes of it. And I love their first game, Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom, that studio. So I was like, I want to support this game. So I bought it day one. Got a few hours in, but it was like, I'm good. I don't need to play any more of that. So I feel like that happens with some of these roguelites, though. It's like, okay, I see what the loop is. Do I want to spend the time to do that loop over and over? And this one just didn't get me there, Yeah. Ruffy and the Riverside, I would agree with you, Steve. I played like 2 hours of that one, and I was like, I'm good. Like it felt like I was thumbing through dialogue more than platforming in that game, and that was my biggest complaint with that one. And then the infamous one for me would be Blueprints, which has all the buttons and knobs I would like, and there's somewhere in my body, in my mind, in my heart that I feel like I could still find some joy in this game, because I never went back to it after that initial 10 hours I put into it, and just didn't. I just completely bounced off it every time I played it. I don't know why. It just didn't hit with me. But, So, Steve, you got your Silk Song. I got my Blueprints this year on that one. So, there we go.
Fair's fair.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. There, see? We could occasionally say that there are games we're not into. There are reasons certain games don't show up on the quest log. Now you all know. And then my second category is, sure, the Switch 2 came out this year, but the Playdate still rules. So here's some fun Playdate games.
I'm not going to have anything for that. You were right.
I don't have one. I don't have nothing for that one either. So,
Fulcrum Defender, cool little like sort of asteroids-y defense sort of score chase game. A little bit of a slow loop on it, but when it is fun, it's really quite fun. You can tell that there's like some good solid design, just need a little bit of a tweaking, but that was a good time. Blipple Plus, of course, came out on Playdate. Dig Dino was just like a chill game for me one week this year. Just like a good low effort, turn your brain off kind of vibe out and dig up some fossils kind of game. And then a really fun rhythm game on Playdate, which is like a perfect genre for that little crank handle, was Otto's Galactic Groove. So Playdate had its season 2 this year, and it really like revived my interest in the system. Now I got once again distracted, but there's a huge pool of games that I definitely intend on going back to. And I just thought it was strange when I look back at this year. I actually forgot that the Switch 2 came out this year, but I didn't forget that Playdate Season 2 was this year. For some reason, it stuck out to me.
That's fun.
Yeah,
So-
I feel like for myself, I usually pick like, oh, this next year, this is gonna be my like new hardware toy I'm gonna play with, you know. So this year, I just got a PSVR 2, so that's my new thing I'm messing around with. And then Playdate's up there. Like I'm like, I need to get one. It just seems like so much fun. There's so much content for it now too, and Itch has hundreds of games too that I've kind of perused, you know. So yeah, looks good.
Yep.
Heck yeah. Well,
right,
I guess that'll bring it to me because I don't think that Josh and I have anything for the Playdate category, unfortunately.
Nah.
So I've got a couple here that I have to choose from. The first one, I don't know if you guys will have specific things for it, although I hope you do. And that is Best Co-op Indie Game. So I played a few. My runner-up for this one is Fly Night. Fly Night is a first-person Kingsfield-like from the early FromSoft category, or catalog, I suppose, where you're running around and killing bugs, right? You are flies yourself, and you're killing bugs in this world. And I played with PD and Ross, and it was a really good time. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's about 5 hours, and you get through it. You feel good about it, and you can move on. So that's a very good game. And my winner of this category that I just played and am still playing is Abyssus. So Abyssus,
Oh yeah, I've seen this one.
it is not a game that I typically play. I don't really play FPSs, and that's why I'm also excited for Mycopunk. But this game is a first-person shooter that is a roguelite that you can play with up to 4 players. So I'm playing that with PD, Ross, and Briz. And it is just such a finely, nicely tuned roguelite in this style. I honestly, we never get enough of it. We play 1 or 2 runs every single Tuesday, and we're like, all right, we're back again next week, because we've beaten the game several times, right? I mean, I consider beating that game the way we have to be a beat. We beat the final boss. It kicks us back to the front, and we go again. You can, there's difficulty modifiers where you make it more hard on yourself. There's a whole skill tree. It is just a wonderful, wonderful game. Very fun experience, and we've had a heck of a good time with it. I imagine we'll continue to play it for another month or 2 before we move on from it. So, Abyssus. Do you guys have anything for this category?
I'm trying to find one from 2025. That's what
Yeah.
I'm like looking down on my list here, trying to think if there's any, because I usually play co-op stuff with my partner, but we've been diving back a lot this year.
Right.
We played Cat Quest 2 and a couple other like not 2025 games, but I don't know if I have any from this year. Surprisingly,
I feel like we give this category the shaft on the show in general a lot of times, right?
Yeah.
We just
maybe that's
we just don't. I mean, it's just it's the way we play games. I think for the most part, we often play single player experiences. So I want to shine the light on it a little bit when we can. So
no, you're that's a good point. Honestly, I should be playing more like modern. I say I should, but maybe I should make it a goal next year to play some more co-op. Like when I'm playing couch co-op, like modern stuff. We usually try to like dive back. It's like, oh, we have a list of like, I think I have 30 or 40 just a list just on my phone here on a notepad of co-op games. Maybe I should prioritize like newer stuff. But Split Fiction doesn't really count though. That would probably be my answer, but that doesn't count for this. It's an EA game, so
Yeah, that would be mine too. The only one that I played that has co-op that I messed a teeny bit with, but didn't truly play a lot of, is there is a rather cool co-op mode in Rhythm Doctor.
Oh.
Not a co-op experience by any means, but you can play 2-player on any of the songs, and they kind of like trade off where and when you're hitting stuff, which I thought was a really neat addition to the game. So I'll give that a shout out.
how does that work with your keyboard? Are they using a different button?
You can map to 2 different
okay,
keys.
that's cool.
So
cool.
Yep.
That's a classic co-op. I remember playing PC games with my brother. We both using the same keyboard. Now I'm like using the arrow buttons, and he's using ASWD.
Yeah, it's like Doom split screen.
Yes, it's wild. That's
Yeah.
cool. All right. So my next one. I imagine you guys will have something for this one, and this is my fun category of the year, and I'm calling it weirdest effing game ever. And I'm giving it to Rat Shaker because, gosh dang, That game is so freaking weird. Anybody that similar to Batography, that game kind of like went through the Discord a little bit too, like wildfire. Like several people played it and were like, "What the? What did I just? I don't know what just happened. I mean, I saw credits, but I'm just confused on my couch right now." So, if anybody out there hasn't played Radshaker, first of all, don't expect it to come to the quest log anytime soon, because I don't know that it will.
No.
I'm not even saying that it doesn't belong on the quest log. It's just the weirdest effing game ever. It's hard to talk about. So you shake a rat. That's what you're doing, but also it's a horror game. It's something. So anyway, that's my pick for that. My runner up for that is a game that I actually just played in the last couple of days called Glitch Spanker. And I think I mentioned this one to you guys a little bit. You're running around first person. It's kind of like Radshaker. There's actually a bundle on Steam where you can buy both games, which makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
But Glitch Spanker is where you're running around with like this stick that has this hand on the end. You're just spanking everything you see. You're chasing after this glitch called Spunk. And it is a super interesting, unique game. If anybody out there hasn't played it, I honestly would recommend it to a lot of people. It is hilarious. It has some of the best dialogue that I've ever heard in a game, I swear. So those are my two for that category.
I love that you can say the sentence, "I didn't have time to play Quartet because I was chasing Spunk in Glitch Spanker." Oh my God.
Took a drink of water.
Stretching the English language.
So good.
I don't know if I have anything super weird. We'll just say the donkey horse dicks and baby steps is pretty weird. Yes. It was out there. The cutscenes in that game, they were pretty bizarre, and I loved them for what they were, but it was just something. I'll say there was something. There's something. There's a je ne sais quoi to that. The cutscenes in that game for sure.
I would definitely give it to both of those. I don't think anything comes close to Radshaker, but those cutscenes are also quite strong. Is okay. This one's not like a like leaves your jaw dropped where you're like, what did I just experience in the same way? But like. Yeah. In a more normal sense, like, what a weird idea for a game that actually works. I would also give a little nod to Time Flies. Yeah. The idea of playing a game where you're just playing as a fly who's going to be alive for the next 60 seconds, but wants to live his best life, that's a strange one. And yet it still is a very compelling and charming game. So I'll give it to that.
Awesome. Sweet.
Cool.
Beautiful. Well, do you have any more,
Nope,
Seth?
That was it.
All right.
The host shout-outs are done, yeah. But we did miss a category if Steve wants to grab that one and start it up for us.
Yeah, so now we will move on to the best art direction of 2025. What games looked the coolest for you? And as always, this was a very beautiful year, I will say. There's a lot of great choices. Could pick. A lot of times I feel like I favor pixel art because there's just so much good pixel art out there. But this year, no pixel art. All right, it was just three gorgeous non-pixel art games for me. First up, this is a simple one, but I wanted to give one of the runner-up spots to And Roger. That game is like so well drawn. It's like reading like a nice graphic novel or something. It's just penned very pleasantly, great color choice. And like all the panels are like it's just really well done. It's just very, very nice. So shout out to whoever did the art on And Roger. Apologize, I don't have your name off the top of my head, but you are good at doing art. You are a good artist. Perhaps an obvious pick, but Giant Squid's Sword of the Sea. They continued to do their thing, and they brought the whole freaking pack. Every bag of tricks they had, they brought like influence from all their past games. It's not easy to have an art style that is cohesive where you have bubbles of ocean in the middle of desert, and yet it all like work so well. They always are so good with camera angles and lighting and color and all that stuff. Every single angle of every single location in that game is screenshotable. It's all frameable on your wall. All gorgeous. But my winner for best art direction has to be Skate Story. It is freaking
hell yeah.
Vibes the game. It is the game that first catches your eye because of the art direction. You see GIFs or screenshots online and you're like, what the hell is that game? It looks so cool. And then you play it and it looks that good or better in motion the entire time. Like the entire runtime, I never stopped thinking, Jesus, this game looks good. And the way that the light is like prismatically reflecting through you in different ways based on the environment, all the different sort of biomes that they put you into, all the different moon locations and stuff like that. It's just like 9 different ways of being cool as hell. It is cool as hell, the video game. And it is like art. It's just like vibes forward in its art direction and its soundtrack choice, where as you're playing the game, it's just washing over you. So
I will mention one thing, because I didn't play Skate Story personally, but I did watch it be played for a little bit. And for me, the art style of Skate Story during gameplay feels like trailer art style, right? Like it feels like that's the only, that could only be in the trailer, right? No, it just looks like that. It is wild how good that game looks. It feels like it's overproduced in a way that it wouldn't be able to exist in a game, and it does. So that's cool. All right, I'll roll into mine then. I have 3 to honorably mention. The first one is kind of an odd choice, but also it is a very, very good-looking game, and I love it for what it is, and that is Kabuto Park. It just has a delightful little crayon-style artwork there, and does it very well for what it is, right? So I certainly would want to give a shout-out to that game, because it's a really good game, and everybody out there should go check it out if you've got a few hours to play. Another one, Promise Mascot Agency. This is probably like the most AAA-ish style of graphics that I would call great art from this year. It's just basically the best. In my opinion, it's like the best a PS3 game could ever look. It's kind of Promise Mascot Agency.
Yeah,
it
has a good aesthetic. Yeah. It has that perfect aesthetic. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
A really weird, hyper-specific thing that I would shout Promise Mascot Agency out for is, one, I love the character portraits in Promise Mascot Agency. They're all so good. But your main character, often you'll have a choice to react to a situation in one of 2 ways. Like, and the text they give you will just be like his kind of emotional response. It'll be like enthusiastic or dismissive, something like that. And when you thumb between them, it changes his character art to like show you that expression, which gives you like a much better feel to like what text is to follow and how he is going to react. So oftentimes I would like take in the text and then I'd flip between those 2, and I would just be looking at his like face and his body language to be like, which one of these matches the best, rather than just like thinking more critically about the actual emotional response. So I don't know if I've ever seen another game do that. It was really cool.
Yeah, when the janitor has just those white eyes where he looks like a demon practically, it's like, he's mad about that one. I probably don't want to pick that one if I don't want to piss this person off. And Pinky, all the expressions that Pinky has, so good.
Yes.
Like, it's just always amazing. One that I think was not slept on by like the grander audience, but maybe by me in some of the stuff that I've done for indie questing this year is Spilled. Spilled is a very, very good looking game, and that's kind of the point of it, right? It's dirty and clean it up, and then you get to see some of the best, I guess, 2D water that you've ever seen in your life. So it can get ultra clear. You can see all the cool animals beneath the surface, and I mean, I love Spilled for what it was and loved the way it looked. But that will lead me right to my favorite art of the year. A game that needs no introduction. It's been delayed for most of our lives. But truly, Silksong may be the only thing that personally I think that it does definitively better than Hollow Knight is its art. It is an incredible. It just builds on Hollow Knight. It is the same style, but better, but more fleshed out. And there were absolutely times where I would have Hornet stand somewhere so I could just take it in. Very screenshotable game, right? It's incredible. So,
Gorgeous.
that's my pick.
Yep. Hornet's animation too is
Buttery.
so good, so much better than the Knights. Yeah, like so many cool poses and flips and stuff. Like she just looks good in motion.
Yes.
Yeah, and changing her gear always changes her moveset, and then the movesets always look cool too. Yeah, it's a game that just looks awesome.
It does.
Yeah.
That's on my list. Okay, so I guess I'll bring my list here. So I have 3 runner-ups as well. I wanted to shout out a pixel art game for sure. Pipistrello.
Yeah.
I really liked, in the Cursor Yo-Yo, I really liked the art style for this game. It feels like a hidden gem GBA game that, like you'll see on like Metal Jesus or something. Like, oh yeah, you need to try out Pipistrello because it looks so much like GBA. It looks so much like that era, down to like just the way that the pixel art looks and just the aspect ratio of it and everything. It just screams that era, and it's just so much fun to look at and so bright and colorful. Had to shout that one out. And then Sword of the Sea. That was my second one here. Everything Steve said, it's just a beautiful game. Giant Squid does if they do one thing really well besides amazing music, which I'm surprised we didn't mention that in music because
that is
Austin Wintory,
really good,
But but anyway, they do a really good job with animation. We've seen their style. This is kind of like amalgamation of many of their styles they've done into one game. So it's kind of hard to hate how good this game looks. It looks amazing. And then I had a kind of a somewhat tie, so I had to do a tiebreaker and choose one of my 2 babies here. But Silk Song I put as an honorable mention. I really liked the art style. I thought it was beautiful. I loved it. But dude, my winner is Skate Story. Skate Story is just it's cool. It's a cool guy the game, like Steve was saying. It's beautiful. It's one of those ones where I could spend he's working on it. A photo mode. I'm going to play this game again with photo mode and take a bunch of cool screenshots because it's just that type of game where every single frame of it I could hang up on my wall and be happy with it as a piece of art. So yeah, it's gorgeous. So that's my winner for best art direction.
Heck yeah.
Awesome.
Love it.
All right.
Does
that bring it back?
Do you want to take
me?
this community?
Yeah. Community's favorite IndieQuest moments. And I apologize right now because it's difficult to view some of these responses, at least on my PC. I did make it bigger on screen, so I'm going to do the best I can. But if I'm pausing it all, it means I'm scrolling because there are pretty long responses here and there. So, all right. So number 1 here for what is your favorite IndieQuest moment of 2025? One person said Community Jukebox, which awesome. We love to hear that. Like that was
Thanks to you all for giving us those songs. Great
fun
choices
for us as well. Bargain Quest episode. Honestly, I was thinking the other day we need to do another one of those because there's so many. I got so many games that are less than $5 that I want to talk about.
Yep.
Top Spot guesting on the show. He has a great podcasting voice. He should start one. I don't know who submitted that. Trav. Gosh. This one says, me sending in a comment about my music episode pick a day after the episode was recorded, but before it released. That is
so
the most common trapping of a podcast, right? Is like, I sent it to you before it came out. It's like, I understand, but we do record a couple of days before. I am sorry, it's that type of thing.
Yeah. We see you, Craig.
Yeah. Yes. The satisfaction of knowing that Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is an indie game.
Sounds like a Scotch and Hobbies comment. I don't know.
I was thinking Burger Chip, maybe.
I was saying there's a lot of smug people in the Discord here, so it's hard to know. Now, okay, we'll address the elephant in the room. I personally left Claire Obscure out of all this discussion, all my categories, everything. It would have changed all my lists. I know there's a back and forth about whether or not it's an indie game. Is Claire Obscure going to show up in any capacity for any of you moving forward?
Oh, on our list today? No.
Yeah.
I didn't play it, so wouldn't have. I am maybe, I don't know. I stand on the side of it is an indie game. I think that it is, but I do think that there is a scale. There's definitely a gradient that's like Claire Obscure is nudging right against AAA.
Yeah.
Whereas Sir Noggin is not.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of
yes.
goes a little bit of against the spirit of the show, somewhat, because we like to hype. But we talk about Hades, we talk about Silksong. You know, these are big games too, so it's kind of hard to. I honestly didn't finish it, so I wouldn't have put it on my list anyway. I'm like 10 hours in. I got to Act 2 and saw some crazy stuff happen. But yeah, it's a good game. I'm definitely gonna finish that one out.
Yeah, for context, outside of IndieQuest, it is my game of the year. So I absolutely love Claire Obscure. I think it is phenomenal. But yeah, when you have, 100+ contractors and a budget of like a 8-figure budget, and your team is comprised of like AAA developers that left and made a very AAA looking game and was able to fund that level of development for several years before you even found a publisher. It's like, we could talk whether or not it's indie, but I would prefer IndieQuest bring the Sir Noggins of the world, like you said. And Claire Obscure has gotten its flowers everywhere else, including from me. So, that's why it's not here. Anyways, carry on.
next one is just puffs all of our chests up, I suppose, and that is All of It. Appreciate that.
Aww.
Appreciate that. Mm-hmm. Guest spot from John, Gaming in the Wild. And honestly, I don't think that this was written by John from Gaming in the Wild, unlike maybe someone above.
So.
might have been from top. But I think that we got some new listeners based on John being on, and appreciate all of you listening now.
Yeah.
So,
Great guest. Everyone should go check out Gaming in the Wild if you have
Yes.
not. Fantastic show, and John's a great guy.
Host's
So
Choice Second Opinion episode. If you like that, there's another one coming. So stay tuned.
Yep.
Yeah.
Being a guest on the show, thanks again, Hart. We have no idea who that was, which is hilarious. That's a funny one. I can't even deduce who that might be. I don't know. So,
Process of elimination. It's got to be either Petey, King Octavius, John,
it's not top.
Or
It's
Dave?
not top. We know it's not top.
or Top.
It's not top.
Yeah.
We already know which one top was. All right. Number 11 here. Happy to see Pyre get the love it deserves. That might have been John. That very well might have been.
Yeah, that sounds
I
like
can see that
John.
being John.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another person saying all of it. Appreciate you. I can't think of a single moment, which at just that part, it's like, wow. Thank you. You didn't have to write if you didn't. But they go on to say, but just wanted to say thanks for all the episodes this year. You have pretty different tastes in games, so it's fun to hear such a wide variety. Wishing you three a safe, happy, and cozy end of the year. And same to you, anonymous person. We very much appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back into funny, the Blue Prince incident.
The incident. It's an incident now. Okay.
You're about to hear some more of it coming up.
The next one is an extension of this one gets me. Honestly, this still works, right? It technically works. This person said ball pit. This is the same person who said Promise Mascot Agency for a game that didn't release in 2025. So I assume this is their third favorite indie game of the year. But technically, this does work fine because we did bring ball pit to IndieQuest. So
True.
the puzzle game episode, which I very much enjoyed that as well. Appreciate top. I don't think this one was actually top rating it. Boring answer, but I always love the IQOST episodes, and I feel like we got more of them in 2025, which I'm not at all complaining about. Well, good news for you.
We love them too.
You get to listen to one in the very near future, next episode. The Super Giant episodes. Very much enjoyed that as well. Can't wait to get to Hades. Top spot fooling the host for a few seconds into thinking he hadn't brought a puzzler to the show. Actually, that was hilarious. I love that.
That was good.
That was good.
Oh, sorry. This person goes on. It was just spaced down or entered down for me. Love the show, guys. Greetings from Kurgan. So that was Kurgan, he be Kurgan. Appreciate you. When you guys recommended Look Outside, keep up the good work. Thank you. And Look Outside's awesome. We've mentioned it. It might get mentioned again coming up. This is a funny one. Josh shared this one with our group when he saw it. Josh colon. So Josh is saying, would you like to go first after? And then I said, I usually just call that second, which was a very, very funny moment.
I feel like that one got all of us when that happened. Yeah, that was a good one.
Or Josh putting baby steps on the main quest. I respect that choice, which I think Steve backed that choice up. So,
Yep, for sure.
I really like when you talk about stuff outside IndieQuest, when you banter about day-to-day stuff. Appreciate that, even though it's usually just about what we're drinking or the weather. We do try to vary it as much as possible. The Halloween episode, which there were 2 of, so gosh, that person was eating good.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that y'all found time to add. I'm thankful that y'all found time to add a few RPGs to the quest log. I totally understand the time constraints and long RPGs rarely mesh up. Honestly, the show was so great this year. Love the energy and positivity you bring to each episode. Keep it up. And that one was from Go Hobo Go. Appreciate you, Go Hobo Go.
Thanks, Hobo.
Thank you, Chad.
We do have ideas and thoughts about doing a RPG specific episode, just a matter of timing, like you said. But expect more in the future. Quartet's on there, right? Kingdoms of the Dump's on. There's a lot of good RPGs that came out this year, and there will be more in the future. Being introduced to IndieQuest, I started listening this year and enjoy your opinions and suggestions. Appreciate you for listening. And the last one here is that one time in September when I was able to listen to an episode for an hour with barely any distractions. It was episode 93, and Steve wasn't sure how to pronounce Balatro yet. Good times. I don't know that episode was in 2025, but we take favorite IndieQuest moment in 2025 or not, so appreciate you.
Yeah. That was a fun submission, I think, on that one.
Yeah. You know, how my life would change. All right. I didn't realize I'd be saying Balatro 1,000 times for the rest of my life. And comparing every game.
Yes, exactly.
Here we are. I just want to say I'm very grateful for all of you because people basically shouted out every kind of episode that we do. Like OSTs, Bargain Quest, Second Opinions, guest episodes, series breakdowns. Like every different idea we've cooked up, at least one of you has liked. So it feels good. It feels like we're hopefully sounds like we're giving you all stuff that you're interested in. And all those are, wells that we intend to go back and draw from again, probably all of them again in 2026, but as soon as we're able to.
Yep. Yeah, it's just fun to kind of like mix it up, and I think that's what the show basically ended up being over the years. It's like, okay, let's do something a little different, but always, the main goal is to highlight awesome games. So, that's always fun.
Yeah, if everybody said OSD episodes, I was like, wow, people really don't like hearing us talk. But thank God that didn't happen. I love them for what they are. Trust me, they're great. But if all 26 people were like, just the music, I'd be like, oh. Okay.
Music's good. Yeah.
I like the intro music that you guys play at the beginning of every episode. It's so good. I don't know if you guys, this was the community one. I don't know if you guys have any moments that you want to shout out. I'll share mine to give you time to think a little bit. And it's not really a particular moment. It's more of an expression of gratitude because this show has grown over the years, including this year. And this is the first year, between these write-ins and like community jukebox and stuff, like we've reached a point where we can kind of solicit community questions, opinions, and we've had campfire chats on most episodes. And so it's been really heartening to see so many people sharing kind words about the show, writing in to share indie game recommendations, and just feel the sense of community, feel that we're producing something that is helpful for all of you, entertaining for all of you, and that you're giving that back to us by giving us recommendations and cool ideas and encouragement. So just heartfelt thank you from me, and I'm sure from the other two guys as well, for all you listeners.
Yeah,
I agree completely.
I was just going to say, as an extension of that, we have gotten to the point, I suppose, where we have enough of an outreach that we can actually get a few really, really, really good guests on the show, right? Like great podcasters, great content creators. And those are some of my favorites because they give us a different voice. Like other than, I think that I like to think that our voices are also good, but having all the awesome guests that we had on this year is some of my favorite ones because you never know. Like we kind of get used to what each other likes and what each other brings, but having just a different person on, a different perspective is just really refreshing, and I enjoy that a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. That's like one of my favorite things. It's like this week we got John from Gaming in the Wild. The next week we got Dean from the Video Game Library. Just like our friends can come on. People from podcasts I'm a fan of and we're a fan of can come on. It's just like, and we got Dave, we got Rob, we get, all these great people, Michelle, I'm just going through the list here, but so it's just like so many awesome people, and it's just I love hearing these people's opinions and then being able to actually talk to them and get some entries on the quest log, get their opinions on our picks and things like that. It's just really fun, and I love saying, hey, what's your favorite part of the podcast, because it makes me feel a little validated that we're doing something fun that people enjoy too. So I appreciate that a lot.
And just like a last little pin, a lot of people gave some good love to Top Spot. Go to Top Spot 123 on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, and peer pressure him to go back to making videos, because that dude is talented and he is denying the world his gifts.
He is indeed.
So the next category we got here is the best indie game released in 2025. We're each going to do a top 10 and then go from there. So I'll start with my top 10 today, which this is a hard year for me. I'll say before I even begin with my list, it's this might be my favorite year of just always having something I'm excited to play. Like I feel like a lot of generally I'm excited to play games. I love everything I play. That's the stereotype, Josh, right? Whatever. But this year, I feel like every game, I found games that really spoke to me, and then every single time, like, I'm playing another game, like, I'm just excited to get back to it, like, all the time. Like, it's been a really good year for me specifically. So, I have two runner-ups I do want to shout out at the top before I get in there. Skin Deep, I did mention that a little bit earlier in the show. Really fun immersive sim. Didn't quite crack my top 10, but I had to shout it out because it was my 10 and 9 spot as I'm building the list, and I'm like, I want to put it on the list, but there's just too much good stuff.
Yeah,
didn't quite make it.
Yep.
And then the next one would have been Pipistrello, which I really like this game. It's a really I just played this a couple weeks ago too. Recently, cramming all these 2025 at the end of the year. Really cool Zelda-like game. I will say there's some drawbacks to this game. It was a little too challenging. It kind of felt a little repetitive at time, but I thought the puzzle elements and the dungeon in it and the boss fights themselves were all really well done, and it had a fun story with fun characters. So definitely a shout out. You guys need to check that one out. I think you guys both would enjoy that game quite a bit. So here we go. My number 10 game of the year is Ball Pit.
Oh, okay.
It might sound a little low for you guys, but for me, it sits right there on my list. I had this up a little higher, but it kind of started getting pushed back as I was filling out my list. And it's just, we talked a lot about this on the podcast episode when Seth brought it, but this game's just a lot of fun. It's a really cool genre mix-up of roguelike. It has a little bit of management elements. Just really fun to pick up and play a run or two, put it down, and then just go back to it the next day in between other stuff. And it's fun to focus on and try to min-max everything and do all the different levels and everything. So just a really good roguelike this year. I'm sure that we'll talk about it more on your guys' list, I'm sure. So I'll leave it at that. Number 9 is Motion Wreck.
All right.
So I was trying to decide on this one because Motion Wreck and Ooh, let's just say Ooh's probably a little higher. But initially when I first played them, I had them swapped. But giving it a little distance and watching Steve's streams and just kind of thinking about both of the games, I liked Ooh a little bit more than Motion Wreck at the end of the day, but both of them are just puzzle platforming bliss. Like, they're so good at what they do. They have one really good idea, and the thing about it, okay, the reason why I'd probably give Ooh a little bit more is because it doesn't just have one really good idea. It has like 70 really, or 25 really good ideas, you know? And then Motion Wreck's like, we're using this one really good idea and trying a bunch of different things with it. So it's kind of a subtle difference, but the graphics, like Seth said earlier, has a cool story that's kind of like in the background, great music, really fun mechanics. It's a very memorable game from the year. So number 8 will probably be a game I'm the only one who's going to have this on the list for sure, is Haste. So I really love this game. I put a lot of time into it. I think about it often. It's just addicting gameplay. It's like gameplay first type of game, and it's one of those ones where the difficulty starts ramping up for it to the point where you're like, you got to be good. You got to be on your shit, and you got to be focused on this game. You can't do anything else in the background. This game is so fast and so frenetic. And the music's great in this game too. Just give it a shout out. There's so much music. I think it has like 6 hours of music or something.
Damn.
And the art style's nice. It's fun to look at. The randomized elements are really well done, and I just think that what the game ends up being as a full package just really tickled that. I got to do one more run and get a little bit better at this game, and that game really has that in spades. So high recommend for me if you haven't checked it out.
Heck yeah.
Number 7 for me. Am I going too quick? I don't know. I'm just rolling through them.
Good.
All right. Ooh is the next one for my number 7 pick. Ooh is really good. We've talked about it quite a bit on this show, but it does that puzzle game thing where you feel like a genius so many times that it's just hard to like argue against it. Like, this whole entire time you've been playing this game, this one move set that you learned like an hour and a half or halfway through the game or whatever, you could have used that on the first level, and it's there. You just don't know it until they teach it to you through really well designed and clever designs of like the actual environments and levels. So, and cute story, cute looking, cute sounding. It just has a really nice pixel art look. So just a gem. Really.
Question, Josh, about Ooh.
Sure.
Did you do the extra like content that Ooh offers? Did you know about that? Or did you see Steve do it and what was also just as surprised as me that it existed?
So I found a couple of the secret areas like that you can find, but Steve definitely went more deep than I did, and I don't think he even still got. I don't think he even got everything. Did you, Steve? Like saw everything probably?
No, I think there's like 2 or 3 that I never got.
So I did find a couple of them by accident, and then and then I didn't realize. I was like, okay, well, I guess that was bonus content because it was a little different than what I was doing in the actual stage. I don't know, but yeah, it kind of has like a secret challenge room thing, kind of like Kato has, but Kato has a million of them, but same idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seeing those influenced my decision on Ooh. Like, knowing that exists now is totally different than not knowing. Right.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Yep.
But like, it's one of those things. Those games are so good. They kind of do the same thing, but kind of not really. It's like just playing both, like playing back to back, like we did. You know, like I think that's the best way to do it.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So number 6 for me is Promise Mascot Agency. Love this game.
Heck yeah.
Let's go.
I think this is probably this is a pretty big statement. This is probably my favorite open world game like ever. Like I love Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and all that stuff. I love an open world, but I just think this specific open world got me checking off checklists more than any other game has, and I'm in a good way, a positive way. I wanted to see every inch of this island and just kind of live with these characters and in this world and drive that K truck around. You get rocket powered K truck that can fly. Come on, that's so awesome. Yeah. So it's just fun to traverse. It's fun to collect things. It's fun to do things in this world. The story blew me away. Didn't expect to have so much emotions in the storyline, and the management elements were fine. Sorry, I got a tweak in my back. The management elements were really good, and generally, I like the humor and the characters, and the writing is just top notch. Like, it's a really fun game.
Yep.
Let's see. Number 5 for me is Skate Story. We brought it up a few times.
Ooh.
Yeah, this one really
Heck yeah.
hit me hard. Like, I was like, okay. At first, when I first played the game, I was like, I'm not sure if I'm feeling the gameplay and the controls, because the controls are unique. They're not skate controls. They're not Tony Hawk. They're their own thing. Of course, they're meant to feel a little bit more simulation, surprisingly, because of the art style. But you can feel the weight of the skateboard. And I feel like just the gameplay feel, plus the music, plus the weird and bizarre, crazy out there 7-layer hell storyline you got, plus the awesome art style, everything together is just an awesome game that I feel like people shouldn't sleep on and should check out. Just like I said, when he puts out Sam Ing puts out his photo mode for the game, I'm going back and playing it again and just taking pictures. So such a great game. For me, my number 4 game of the year is Citizen Sleeper 2.
Ooh. Okay.
This is, like I said, I just played this. I was like, is this recency bias or is this game that freaking good? And I'm like, no, it's that good. I can see myself in 5 years looking back on the list, and I feel like it fits snugly right where it's at. This game, it's one of those ones where, you read it. I don't know how much you guys read like novels or like fiction or anything, but like when you read like a really good fiction novel and you just don't want to stop reading it because the story is just so good, you just want to get to the next page, go.
Yep.
It's that plus interesting game mechanics where, your choices do matter. Like, this is my sleeper. My sleeper, the main character of the story, is going to have a vastly different storyline that Steve has. And if Seth ever plays it, it's going to be a different story for him too. And you see it as you're playing. You're like, if that character died now, that my favorite character that I got to the end of the story with might not exist or might have died in a mission that Steve played, And that's the special sauce this game has. And none of the writing is lazy either. Every character feels like a real person that would be in this world.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're well-rounded. They're flawed.
Yeah.
They're interesting. They're so many different things. So yeah, I strongly agree.
Yeah, and it's always cool. Like you start, gaining points to upgrade your character, and you can put your stats. When you get 4 of these points, basically, you can make your stats better. And then sometimes, occasionally, in the actual dialogue, there will be dice rolls that are like percentage chance. And sometimes you don't really have that skill. So it'll be like a 50-50 dice roll if this character lives or dies, And this this character hates you and leaves, very special character that has a connection to you or whatever because you have a disagreement. And all of these things together just make this beautiful game that I was like bawling like at the end of this game. Like, I thought the ending was so well written, dude. And it just it touched me, So high recommend for that one.
Yep.
All right, top 3 are ready. All right. You guys have any guesses for my number 3?
You go. You look like you got one in the chamber there. So.
I don't have one in the chamber. I'm thinking. It's because every time Josh is talking about the games that I've played, I'm thinking of the things that I want to also talk about and like layer onto that when I go to talk about it a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's such
All right, hang on. I gotta think this through. Okay, so do you want me to say the names of games, or
yeah, you can. That's fine.
Would you feel like that's spoiling it?
No, I'm not gonna say nothing. You can guess.
2 games that obviously haven't shown up yet but will are Baby Steps and Silk Song. I feel like Silk Song might go the distance on this.
I know the third one, I think.
What?
Wander Stop might be
yes,
the other one.
For sure.
That exists.
All right, I'll lock in my guess is that it's Josh is kind of sneaky. I feel like he could put Wander Stop at 1. I'm going to go Baby Steps, Wander Stop, Silk Song as my 3-2-1. That's my prediction.
I'm gonna go Wander Stop, Silk Song, Baby Steps. 1, 2, 3. Wander Stop.
Okay, you guys actually nailed the games. So those are the top 3 here for me. These are like 3 games I love for different reasons. So number 3, and it's like, if I woke up like next Tuesday and did this list, this might be completely different, but that's the fun of these lists. This is how I'm feeling right now. Number 3 is Wanderstop for me. It's a cozy management. You're making tea, but the whole storyline around burnout, taking a moment to heal, recover, discover who you are, because the main character is like, she's a warrior. That's all she's known. But is that who she is? Question mark. And basically the entire game is kind of answering that question. And as you're playing it, and this is how I felt when I was playing it, is like, I'm relating to this character because am I just this person that just goes in, punches in a shift, and is my life work? Is that the main thing? Or should I take the time to address all of these things and heal, do things that are good for me? Like for her, it's making tea and talking to people and kind of like getting some stuff off her chest. To me, it's like, should I take that minute and learn who I am and feel better about my life and who I am, and rest, take some rest, take some R&R, So that game really resonated with me. I love the art style. I love the gameplay loop is fun. It's chill. It's very low friction. And the story just hit me really hard. Music's awesome. Like I said before, my favorite of the year. So that's my number 3, Wanderstop. I always want to say Wander Song when I say the name of that game because it's so close. But yeah. Wander Song.
Also a great game, but
it's way different. But yeah. All right. So there's 2 games kind of hanging in the air. It's going to be Baby Steps or Silk Song for my number 2 here. And number 2 is Baby Steps. This game. Sorry. It's a little maybe obvious what my game of the year is. But hey, I really love that game. We'll talk about it in a second. You guys disagree, I'm sure. That's okay.
Oh, right. We'll see.
But Baby Steps really hit me. It was a surprise for me because I figured I would enjoy the mechanics of the game. I'm like, I want to try this one out. I tried it on the PS Plus trial, like I mentioned when I brought it to the show, and I was just like, oh, let me fill this out. And then one of the cutscenes happened. I'm like raise an eyebrow, like, okay, what are these cutscenes? But I started to love the message of Nate, this just dumb loser dude who kind of finally asks for help by the end of this game. And it's the whole thing is like he's a stunted guy, right? He doesn't want to ask for help, even though him trying to do it on his own isn't really working. And the whole idea of this game is basically Wanderstop for like nihilistic people, right? Like they want you to. They're basically like, yeah, you got to learn to ask for help, but also there's a giant dick in this cutscene for some reason. But hey, you start to like. It basically takes Wanderstop and adds some Adult Swim to it, and then adds a little bit of Benefati in there too. That's kind of how it is. But yeah. I like this game for similar reasons. I like Wanderstop because of the message of it, but really it's just a dumb, fun game where you're trying to basically beat these boss fights, but the boss fights are a boulder in your way, So such a fun game. Mm-hmm. And shout out to the art style. I think it looks really AAA for being such a small game. It looks so nice. Like occasionally I'd be like, you got his big fat butt in your face all the time, but you also have this beautiful vista on the other side, So yeah. Such a fun game, so unique. It's a very much a game kind of made for me, really, realistically.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
yeah.
Congrats!
Yeah,
I'm happy for you.
Yeah, it's so fun, man. Like, there's I would say if there was like a category like biggest surprises of the year, it would be Baby Steps. Like, I didn't expect to like it as much as I do, and I kept on trying to like make excuses for why I liked it. I'm like, no, dude, I just need to own it. Like, I love this freaking game. It's so good. In my opinion, it just really scratched a specific itch for me. So awesome. Number 2, and of course my number 1 is Silk Song. And last year I became obsessed with gated exploration games. I had played them in the past, but last year I'm like, something about it, something clicked in my head where this became my favorite genre. It might have been because the fact I played Prince of Persia and Hollow Knight last year. That's probably why. And I loved Hollow Knight, and this was kind of just a continuation of my love for Hollow Knight, but with lots of differences, and the difficulty is there. Like, this game will kick your ass. And that's actually the main complaint I have for it. After like the Act 2, once you get past Act 2 and you get into Act 3, it gets almost impossible. Like that game is so freaking hard. But
yeah,
I love the platforming in it. I think Hornet just plays so good. Platforming is so good. Combat's amazing. Music's great. Art style's great. Everybody knows Silk Song, but I just want to say, like, it didn't get its due on like the bigger award shows, so I wanted to give it some due here. I really love Silk Song, and that's my favorite game of the year.
I think,
hell yeah,
personally, it is almost hilarious to look at your list, Josh, and see Silk Song on top and think, oh, that's kind of an underrated choice there, because
I know
it's literally Hollow Knight Silk Song, the much anticipated game, the biggest indie game of all time. I think probably.
Right?
Other than Minecraft, but is it indie anymore?
Right.
Like in terms of anticipation, the biggest indie game ever created. And you're like, I'm a brave soul for putting it number one.
I know. It's just been that type of year though. Like there's been so much variety. The variety has been so crazy, and I think that a lot of people would put it on their top. Obviously, like you said, it's so big, but there are other games that swing so big and just hit better for different people. So I know you guys like Silk Song, but didn't love it. I know we'll probably have that discussion when we build the top 5 here coming up, but it was the one game, like, I will watch a cutscene or, like, a gameplay, like, someone fighting a boss in this game, and I get the itch. I want to go back into that world. Like, that's the type of game that I know it's going to be one of my favorites of all time, because, like, I watch, like, let's just do a random example. Like, if I see a scene from Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater, I want to play that entire game again. You know, like, that's how I feel about Silk Song. So when I see, like a fun fan animation or, like, some awesome art or something, I like, dude, I just really want to play some Silk Song right now. Like it's just that game, for me this year.
My favorite storyline for Josh is the fact that Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus, awakened him into all these Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus likes.
I know they did it first, man.
They did.
They did it first. They did it better.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like the genre, like, has everything I like in it. It's just I never gave enough of them a try. So this year is like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna devour these things. Like, Ultros is another one where I was just like, oh my god, I just love this. The loop. You get the new power. You have to try it out. You have to go to the area, and you got double jump now. You can jump up there. All that old school stuff. But hey, I'm just discovering myself in my mid-30s that, hey, that's my favorite genre of all time now. I love it. So, hey, it's awesome.
Love that, man. I think it says a lot about Silk Song and how good it is that it beat Wander Stop for your game of the year. Any other year, Wander Stop would have been like the safe pick for the Josh number one.
Yeah, I had that in my number one.
Usually
you
tend to favor that type of thing, right?
Yeah. Like when I was building my list, I actually had Wander Stop as one, and then I had the list of everything else that I ended up slotting. And then as I was building it, I was like, I just that's why my list changed. Those top 4-ish just kept swapping back and forth, like. Okay, and then I would give it a day. I'm like, okay, maybe it's Silk Song. Oh, maybe it's Wander Stop. Maybe it's, like I was just going back and forth. But this is what I landed on, and I feel like this is what I'll be happy with looking back on it later on. But any other day, this list probably could still swap. So, all games that, man, if any of those sounded good, you should try them, because if you like Josh games or games I like, you're gonna like all those games or probably possibly love them. So. Steve, your turn.
Heck yeah.
I mean, 2 and 3 on the list, they're basically just as good as 1. But for some reason, it feels worse to drop something down to 3.
They're so vastly different, too. It's like I try to make the comparison from Baby Step to Wander Song. It's like, yeah, maybe, but they're still vastly different games, I'm just trying to put a thread through them, but it kind of works.
Awesome. Well, this was a fun list to put together, because I think a lot of listeners know, but every year I do a stream where I put together my top 10 games of the year. So you can go over to my Twitch channel and you can watch that stream or the VOD of that stream if you want to see me put it together. But obviously, that list contains stuff that isn't IndieQuest eligible, AAA games and stuff like that. So this was a really fun exercise where I got to basically take my top 10 and cut out the games that are too big for this show and then slot in some stuff that I felt bad cutting during that process. It was a brutal journey to 10 this year. Like, painful to getting down to 20 games was hard, but the last 7 I was really belaboring. It was not easy. And so it felt nice to be able to pluck a couple of those back out and give them some love here at the bottom of my top 10. Although, should I have left in Mario Kart World? I mean, Nintendo did self-publish it, so anyways.
Oh, if you can even make that joke, I'm going to talk about Shantae every chance I get.
He's like, my game of 2025, Shantae Advanced Adventure, or whatever that was called. My number 10, lining up with you, Josh, Ball Pit.
Nice.
Oh.
All right. For something, this game for me felt like kind of a safe include and a safe cut at the same time. It's not one that's absolutely shook me to my core, but I can't deny that it was 30 hours of good fun. Yeah. Well, for me, it was more like 20 hours of good fun and then 10 hours of Ball Pit having its own fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But all the same, I really enjoyed my time with it. Like I said, obviously it's my favorite soundtrack of the year. It's got a really satisfying loop, and it's probably, looking at my list, it is the most addictive game of this year for me. It's the one that I was always craving. I was squeezing in a run here and there. It's the only game really on this list that I had the Portal next to me while I was working. And you got 20 minutes until your next meeting. You don't really want to get into something else.
Ball Pit.
Maybe pick up that Portal. You do a quick run before you hop into that meeting. So, it's just really, really easy to put time into Ball Pit, and I appreciated it for that. My number 9, a game that I swear to God I'll make this game a hit if it kills me. Asura the Striker.
Oh, nice.
Okay? People need to play Asura the Striker. If you like classic retro arcade games, or you're an anime sicko, or you just enjoy adrenaline coursing through your body, you will be satisfied. All those types of people will be satisfied playing Asura the Striker. Great level variety, fun bosses, good difficulty curve, very energetic, just fast-paced game. Nothing else like it, and definitely the sleeper of this year, for sure. So, check it out, people. Number 8. Now, this was an interesting one, because during the Game of the Year stream, I cut it relatively early.
Oh.
But it came back. It revived itself, which does not usually happen. But, I had a spur-of-the-moment impulse, an urge to cut it, and then cooler heads prevailed, and we brought it back in. Now, it didn't ultimately make the final top 10, but it went from a mid-range cut down to one of the absolute last contenders for the 10 slot.
I know what this is about to be, and for anyone out there that has not watched Steve stream his top 10 games of the year, literally everyone in his chat attempts to influence his decisions, and maybe 0.001% of the time does it do anything.
Yeah.
It does nothing. You can say whatever you want. He doesn't care what you say. But I did mention this game, and I think that it got into his head a little bit. I was that 0.001%. So,
Yep. He got the rare critical hit on that. All right. He said it, and I was like, you're right. We should bring back the Root Trees Are Dead, because this game is so much fun. I have been saying for years that Obra Dinn rules. Okay. So much so that actually ahead of the Game of the Year stream, I did a stream where I watched my 2018 Game of the Year video, which featured Return of the Obra Dinn. And we went back in and kind of rearranged that list to what it would be these days if I made the list in 2025. And Obra Dinn held strong and even increased its position as a part of that process.
Still not.
And the root trees are
though. So
I know.
I don't know if it's official or not. You know.
I always have it in my back pocket. You know,
that's true.
whenever I need to give myself an excuse for a replay, right?
Mhm.
Or I would love if maybe one of my bros decided to play.
I don't think
it
either
and
one
then
of us
brought
have
the
played it.
game.
Like I know it's
Nope.
highly.
I'm
I haven't
not.
played it myself. I. How much is it on the Steam sale? I'm looking. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah. yeah.
Well, number 8 is not Return to the Obra Dinn, but The Root Trees Are Dead is the first game that has captured that energy as effectively. It is a detective, research, logic, deduction kind of game where you're essentially having to map out a family tree. And you do that, it's a relatively famous family. And so you do that with a fake in-game, like, early 90s website search engine. Like, you're crawling fake GeoCities page. Very, Josh, what's that game that I know you like?
Hypnospace Outlaw.
Yeah, very Hypnospace Outlaw, but a little more like straight text, a little less like chaotic Angel Fire energy. But still, you're crawling through articles to find names of people to give you little hints about who they are, what they looked like, what their name was, who their kids were, who their parents were, and plotting it all into the family tree. It does the same thing that the Obra Dinn does, where you have to successfully guess 3 people correct across all of their metrics. So you have to have the right picture, the right placement, and the right name for 3 people at the same time, and then the game will confirm your choices for you, so you can't just arbitrarily guess. And it's just so satisfying to work your way through that. I played it over the course of like a week and a half, towards the beginning of the year, because it came out very early. The official version came out very early. And I used to have a schedule where I would drop my son off at daycare, and then I'd have about an hour and a half before my workday started. And every single day I'd swing by, grab myself a coffee, and I'd come in and I'd run downstairs and immediately log into Root Trees Are Dead. Could not get enough of it. I was texting all of my I have a group of friends that anytime I play like a Root Trees Are Dead or a Animal Well or any of those, they're sickos like me, and I was like sending up the signal flares. I was like, guys, this is one to get in here. So I was a big evangelist for this game, and I'm glad that in an updated version of the list it can find space at my number 8 spot.
Hell yeah.
Number 7, finally, we get the follow-up to Hades we've always wanted all these years. It's so nice to see something come in, capturing the spirit of that original game, and after so much waiting, we got Lost in Random, The Eternal Die. The best follow-up to Hades since Hades. But really, it is a loving homage to Hades that does its own thing, too. If you enjoy the game loop of Hades, the game feel of Hades, but the narrative side of Hades is like not your bag, or you feel like it goes on for too long, or you don't love the like number of loops you need to complete in Hades, first of all, you should just love everything about Hades. But if you are that person, then Lost in Random: The Eternal Die is perfect for you, because it's like a good bite-size 20 hours of extremely solid, fun Hades combat, has all the same kind of game feel, movement, etc. But they layer on this randomized dice mechanic where one of your buttons throws a die out that lands 1 through 6, and then it has different effects or deals different damage based on what it lands on, and you can get buffs and build around different rolls. So you can do a build that focuses on, do I put all my chips into really strong 6 rolls, and then 1 in 6 times you get like an omega shot, or do you spread it a little more evenly so everything is applying different status effects and doing different things, and some are more AoE focused, some are more single target, and it's just got a very satisfying loop of passives that you upgrade and can swap between, and just the entire game goes down smooth. It's really fun and satisfying. So, this is coming from someone I never even played the original Lost in Random. I honestly don't even really know who the heck the character is in this game. I think maybe she's the villain from the first one.
Maybe.
I think so.
I don't know.
No idea. This game is not, Lost in Random is not a very narrative heavy game. There are people like back at your home base that you can talk to, but they don't have like long evolving storylines in the same way. So you're playing it more for the gameplay loop itself than you would be for any story. But that loop just really got its hooks into me, and I got really addicted and ended up having a great time with it.
It's very funny that Hades 2 won't be on anybody's list. Yeah, you're about to say the same thing. Yeah.
I was going to say the fact that it's not, you're right, it's not on anybody's list, but also the fact that that game is on Steve's list and Hades 2 is not. Probably the only person in the entire world that can say that.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, it kind of makes sense when you think about it, but also a little damning that on a show that has spent 2025 revisiting the catalog of Supergiant games, that none of us played or have Hades 2 on our list.
Yeah, I put like 7 hours into Hades 2. I just don't, so far I'm like, okay, yeah, it's more Hades, but I just haven't got into it because you need like more than 7 hours to really feel out what the differences are, you know. So.
Totally. Number 6, Ooh.
Yeah.
Loved Ooh. The puzzle platformer of the year. I always love a game that hides its mechanics in plain sight and lets you work them out for yourself. Tons of creativity in this one. They just kept finding new creative ways to show you something that maybe you should have already noticed. And I also just want to give a shout out to my playthrough of the game. I mean, you both were in the chat for it, and it was really fun having you both there as like encouragement and helping me get like keeping me moving forward on places where I got stuck. But then as we started to uncover, like you were talking about, Seth, all those bonus levels, it suddenly turned in those areas into kind of like a group project where everyone was pitching ideas and trying to figure out how the heck we can get past these, which made the process of getting through those both doable in a reasonable time frame and also a ton of fun.
It was the one example that I can think of where backseating made sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's like, no, we're all kind of in this together now. These are hard, so
They are.
Yeah, these are it's like we can all watch me spend an hour and a half grinding this one room, or we can all start throwing ideas out and I can test, do some experiments and test some theories.
And it was always like if I threw an idea out, or anyone did, it wasn't like we knew. It was like, well, why don't you try that? Like, it might work,
Yeah.
So
And it had the feeling of sitting around on a couch with your buddies, like trying to like play through this thing, right?
Yes, it did. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Ooh is just it's also the perfect length for the type of game that it is. It leaves right as maybe it would start to run out of fresh new ideas, and it leaves you wanting more despite filling you up at the same time. Fantastic soundtrack. Just, top to bottom, a really great game. I was already a fan of Electhead, but now after Ooh, like this developer's 100% on my radar. The next game they release, I'm not messing around. It's day one, no doubt. So, love it. And then we get above the fold. We're in the top 5 now. My number 5 game, a very recent bring to the show, so folks are probably more familiar with it, but Rhythm Doctor. Loved that. Obviously, I'm a rhythm fiend. And I've also been a Rhythm Heaven fan for a long time, so seeing a modern take on that with what I would describe as a youthful energy was quite refreshing. One of the few games that I played this year where multiple times I just kind of sat there popping off, jaw dropped, like, what is happening right now? What is this game even doing to me right now? So much like fundamental creativity to Rhythm Doctor. So satisfying. So anyone who's out there that's into rhythm games, or maybe wants to get into rhythm games, this would probably be a decent introduction, as long as you feel like you have a little bit of a rhythm inclination. Like if you can listen to a song on the radio and, while you're driving, tap your foot to like the quarter notes, the bass notes of the drums on that classic rock song, you're equipped to play Rhythm Doctor. So give it a shot. Number 4, surprised this didn't show on any of your lists, but Stray Children. Where's the Stray Children heads? I might be the only human alive that has this on their Game of the Year list. I don't understand why no one else loves this, but it is fantastic. It's also the one thing I can point to defend myself against the IndieQuest has no RPGs accusations.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, here you go. I played one. Even though it's a little bit different, and I did very little RPG mechanicking, but all the same. A follow-up to one of my favorite games that captures and maintains the spirit of that while doing its own thing. Very creative, very just bold, interesting, quirky, strange, fascinating, heartfelt. It's got a lot. It's definitely one that will stick with me. Couldn't breach the top of my list. One, because it does have some friction that you have to get over, but two, these top three, they're all just bangers. It was nice to do this rearrangement of the list, obviously to make space at the back end for some more games, but also Claire Obscure leaving the number one spot by its very nature moves everything up one spot. Yeah. So you're like, I get to give a little extra credit to all these games. That feels good. My number 3 indie game for the year is Wanderstop.
Hell yeah.
Like Josh said. Everything Josh said about it is true. A game that kind of demands that you, at the very least, it demands that you reflect on yourself. Yep. But for most people, I think will help you to better yourself. Obviously, like the big front page theme of the game is around like burnout and managing burnout, but there's so many layers. There's so many interpretations. There's so many angles that you can come at this game from around like self-identity and motivation and work-life balance and so much. So for someone like me that is like a big trophy hunter, it was interesting to play a game like this that's kind of like slapping you on the wrist for trophy hunting mentality. It's basically being like, stop needing to be told how to have fun and learn to just have fun.
Just chill, bro. Yeah.
Coming from yourself outward rather than outward towards you inside. And it just also had a lot of good meditations on how to come at the world from your perspective and like genuinely own that and appreciate that about yourself. So, this is it's a game that I started and I didn't dislike it when I started it, but for the first few hours I was like almost eye rolling. I was almost like, I get it. All right. If anything, I was like, you're maybe being a little heavy handed here, game. But like, that was just me putting up my walls, man. They broke through, and by the end, I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, it's very special. You know? It's a special one. I feel like even if it's not a genre you gravitate towards, which I do like a grindy farming game occasionally myself, but I feel like anybody that isn't even in that realm or cares about that genre will still find something because of the themes and the messaging. And, it's just about just taking a minute, Here it's like we're trying to cram in this many games at the end of the year, I feel like if I try to play this during this last week or two, I've been like, oh man, I need time to like appreciate this game. It demands it of you.
Yep. A great ending to another one that I teared up on, even though it's not a sad ending. I think we've talked about it, but do either of you guys ever get sad at the end of a long RPG? Seth, we've talked about this, where even if the game itself isn't sad, you feel sad at the end of an RPG because it is like saying goodbye to friends, right? It's like the end of a journey that has meant so much to you. Wanderstop, despite being a 10-hour game, still has that energy to its finale where you play it and you're like, you're sad to see it stop, even though the game is literally telling you like, take this forward, don't be sad that this is an ending, things end, things start, that's okay. So, great game. Again, absurd that it would be on my main list number 4 or on this list number 3. So, But my number 2, Citizen Sleeper 2.
Hell yeah.
Fitting.
Fantastic follow-up to one of my favorite games of all time. Blows up Citizen Sleeper in every way. Pretty much improves it universally. Soundtrack is just as good as it ever was. Mechanically, it's like deeper, it's more involved, it's more tense, it's more interesting, and it's even more thematically resonant to the game itself. I like that the first game was kind of like Wanderstop. It was a reflection of like who your sleeper is going to be. It's like your sleeper figuring out their place in the world, but it was focused on your sleeper. It was focused inward. The Citizen Sleeper 2 is about finding your place in the world again, but through your relationships to other people. It's a game that asks you to like make friendships. It's a game that asks you to trust people even if it is like objectively a bad idea to trust them. It's a game that like challenges you by putting you in pretty much impossible situations and forcing you to navigate them. And it's just, I cannot believe that he has knocked it out of the park twice in a row now.
Yeah.
I would love to see more in this universe. Like, at this point, I trust that no matter where we go, Citizen Sleeper 3 or otherwise, it'll be great. And yeah, in a year where, for me personally, the sequels weren't always hitting, right? Like Hades 2, I watched but like didn't get sucked in on. Silksong, I beat but like again didn't get sucked in to like do all the post game stuff. Citizen Sleeper 2 was like the one sequel that was everything I wanted it to be and like brought all my love of the original game forward, which is great.
Yeah. I'm just going to say I'm happy I played both of these this year, and it's because of your enthusiasm and John, which we mentioned earlier, Gaming in the Wild's enthusiasm and his interviews with the creator that really got me like, okay, I got to put my foot down and get these done. And I was like, I have to finish this. I have to play the second one before the podcast, before the Game of the Year, because I know it's going to make my list, and I know it's going to be on. And I watched your Game of the Year stream too, of course. But I was like, it's on Steve's list. I know it's going to be on mine. We need to talk about this. But yeah, it's one of those games where they'll back you into a corner and say, roll some dice. You're gonna get through this. Who knows how messy it's gonna be? It might be the perfect run ever. This mission might go perfectly, but most of the time it's probably not. But that's okay because you got your friends with you. So that's what the whole game's all about. It's so good.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone should go play it. And then my number one, Blueprints. This is kind of always destined to be my number one. This is the like. In the betting markets, you would not have great odds or a great payout on betting for Blueprints as my number one. This is the safe prediction. Mm-hmm. It's the Yankees of Game of the Year contenders. But yes, I love this kind of puzzle game in particular, and this was such a fresh take on it. It had so many creative ideas. It has so much to it. In a world coming off of last year's Animal Well is my favorite. You know, Animal Well probably would take it over Blueprints in the end, but Animal Well, you saw the layers. Like, you played the game and you saw, I'm doing this, and then the rabbit hole goes deeper and I go here, and then it gets even deeper and I go, and you like saw, at every level you saw the pit below you and what was coming next. Mm-hmm. At least once you started. But in Blueprints, I'm like tumbling down a pit and I have no idea how deep it's going. And at some point I'm like, it might never end. Like, this might literally be like a black hole, white hole, wormhole situation. Yeah. I might just fall infinitely. People are still uncovering more lore, more puzzles in this game. I think there's still stuff that almost nobody has solved. And so from minute one, the act of trying to get to room 46 was compelling. But it's one of those rare special games where beating the game, normally I would just set the controller down. I'd be like, all right, I beat the game. I got a freaking, homework every 2 weeks. I don't got time to putz around in Blueprints anymore. But I beat the game and I was like cracking my knuckles. I was like, I can finally start Blueprints. Let's go. Like, this is the real Blueprints starts here, watching the message scrawled on the ground. And I was taking notes. I was texting friends. I was in Discord groups with friends. We were swapping theories. There was just so much richness to the sense of discovery in this game. And I was so filled with choice that, Ooh made me feel like a genius. And then Blueprints made me realize I'm actually a lot dumber than I think, but damn, do I love pretending to be a genius. So, yes, phenomenal game. Really, really loved it. Great year. Mm-hmm. It's my 10.
All right.
Excellent.
I'm happy to say that I think that my number one won't be hated by either of the other hosts, which is great.
Awesome.
You guys can't say that. You guys.
That's true.
I don't hate
you guys are about to fight each other.
I don't hate it.
No. I don't hate Silksong, although our number ones do feel like Rock'em Sock'em.
Yeah,
right. Pretty sure.
Each other in a weird way.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I suppose that gets to me then. I've actually got a top 12. I'm going to just call it a top 10 with 2 honorable mentions, but it's definitely
That's basically
12.
what I did. So you're fair. You're good.
Yeah. Yeah. A couple shout outs I want to give, and it's not really their fault that they don't make the top 10. It's more my fault for not experiencing them more. First one, and honestly, it was on my top 10 during this podcast, but then I changed it while you guys were talking. And that is Kingdoms of the Dump. While I have experienced it enough to the point where I know that it's a great game, I have not experienced it to the fullest point of where it's supposed to take me. So I don't feel right about including it on the top 10. I mentioned I'm probably a quarter of the way through, and I don't feel like people should rate games based on a quarter of the way through's worth experience. So it's fantastic, though. If anybody out there has not heard of Kingdoms of the Dump, I've talked about it in several episodes before it even released, but it's amazing. It's a Chrono Trigger style RPG that's got like Final Fantasy in there, Final Fantasy 6 specifically. The story's great, the characters are awesome. There's a lot of I am a lover of sprite based animation, a la Sea of Stars, a la To the Moon, right? Where you can see what's going on and how that sprite is feeling based off of just a little bit of expression change on their face or in their body. And Kingdoms of the Dump does that as well as those other games do. I'm proud to say, I'm happy to say. So go check it out if you haven't. It released pretty late this year, which is part of the reason why I didn't make it all the way through. But it's a great game. My second honorable mention, in a game that I literally just played a couple weeks ago, maybe this week, might have even been this week. Everything's blending together. That is Brain School. A game that I sent and showed you guys in Discord. A game by one of our favorite developers / publishers, Sock Pop. It is just like an amazing logic puzzle card game. It's like what if you combine Balatro and Mimic Logic, which if people here have not listened to the episode where I brought Mimic Logic, you should go back and check that episode out. That's a really good underground game as well. But it's a logic puzzle game where you're looking at cards, but you can't actually see the cards. They're turned over, and you have to ask specific questions to determine what card is in every position that you're looking at, which at the surface it seems sort of basic, but man, it's a super cool, unique experience. And at the beginning, you're not quite sure what questions to ask, but you only have a preset amount of questions you can ask. And some of the questions are like, well, why would I even ask that? It doesn't really make any sense. Like, what kind of information am I really going to get from that? But then it leads you in a direction where several runs later, you're like, oh, that question is invaluable in my current position. Based on, you get like trinkets, between runs, and they allow you to go in different directions with your question asking. And it's like, oh, that question is perfect for my setup, right? And it's just a super smart, super good game. I think for forever and ever, until I die, I will attempt to play at least one Sock Pop game a year. And this was it for me this year, and highly recommended to go check out for people. Brain School. Very cool.
Awesome.
On to my top 10 proper. I mentioned that Kingdoms of the Dump was on here a little bit ago. I have changed this top 10 several times. I have changed it while we've been speaking. It's tough. I'm worried that after we're done that I'm not going to love it, but I do think that I at least got to the top 10. And I'm happy with the 10 games that are in this list. My bros may end up saying at the end, oh, what about this game? And I may end up feeling so dumb that I didn't include something, but I guess we'll see. My number 10 game, and this was higher in the list at one point, but it has been moved down based on different things. That is Motion Wreck. Josh, did you have Motion Wreck at 10 or around there as well?
I think it was my 9. It was my number 9.
9. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Josh has talked about Motion Wreck. It does a thing where and I've talked about it on this episode. I talked about it on an episode proper during our puzzle episode, which was mentioned earlier, but it does a thing very well. Does basically one thing very well, where you record the movement of your character, and then you can play it back to get other places. The basic principle of it is, there's a pit over there, and I need to cross it. Well, I've got a lot of area that I can walk on right now, so I record my character walking to the right, and then I use that recording to cross that pit eventually. But that idea is expounded upon several times over, to the point where, just to get through the game is relatively tough at certain points, especially later on, but to get these music note collectibles is like real tough to like kind of iron that all out in your head. I have played through and beaten this game, and I mentioned earlier that about the story. There's not really a story, but it does wrap up very nicely, and it's almost a tear to your eye type moment at the end. Very cool, very touching, and I really want to get the ending where you get all the notes, but it's coming to PlayStation this year. I'm 100% buying it on PlayStation and then playing through the entire game and getting all the notes when that happens. So we'll be happy to experience it again in 2026, but that's Motion Wreck. That's my number 10 game.
Nice.
Number 9. Talked about it a little bit earlier, and this is one that will shock my bros, I think.
Okay.
That is Glitch Spanker.
Oh.
Above Motion Wreck. Wow.
Above Motion Wreck. Here's the thing. I went into this game thinking it's going to be a corny little goofy game, and it is that. But man, this game is so much more. This game is, I think, the closest you could get in 2025 to having like a comparison point to Conker's Bad Fur Day. This is
okay.
You wouldn't think that, and just like looking at screenshots and maybe even listening to a trailer. This game is incredibly good. It is raunchy for sure. Not overly so, where you would be afraid of your mom walking up behind you. There are certain parts where it is like that a little bit, but it is raunchy. But it truly some of the best writing and voice acting that I've heard in a game, in an indie game, in a long, long, long time. I was shocked. I just started playing this game a couple days ago. It was my last game on this list. The last game I had for consideration. I'm like, I should play that. It was on sale, on the Steam sale, and I'm like, I should play it. I've looked at it. It's interesting. It's something I don't normally play. I've gotten 2 endings so far out of a lot. There's branching paths all over the place. You can go in all sorts of different directions. There's just so much more to this game than you would think. And it seems like a goofy little game where you walk around and spank stuff, but it is honestly incredible and could even be higher on this list had I played more of it. So if nothing else, it is on my top 10 to make people aware that this game exists. And I hope that people go out there and play it, because honestly, I don't know that there's a whole lot of people that I wouldn't recommend it to, other than 12-year-olds. They should not play it. But if you... The two of you, I know, would get a kick out of this game. You guys would be laughing. I was laughing my ass off at certain things. It's just a very funny game, and I think most people would find it very funny. So, and it's just very self-aware too. It's hilarious. So, That's Glitch Spanker at number 9.
All right, your spank has mine.
Yeah,
I'll hell yes.
It sounds like something I'm probably going to buy.
You would love it, Josh.
One of these upcoming sales, I'll get it and check it out.
You should. All right, number 8. A game that surprised the heck out of me. I've already kind of talked about it this episode. That is Abyssus. Co-op first-person shooter that I've played with my other bros and sis. But we've had a great time with it. I've kind of already explained it when we were talking about the co-op game. It's just a very clean co-op experience, a very clean first-person shooter roguelite. I know there are a lot of these games out there. Josh has brought a couple of them to the quest log. I've never really given them time of day because FPSs have never been my thing. And I think it just required... Honestly, I was the one who recommended this to our group because I know our group is into these games. And it's like, I can trudge through anything if other people are having fun. You know what I mean? And I'm like, this game looks cool. It's 2025. It checks a lot of boxes for me. It's different than what I normally play. I should play it. Then we played it, and I got to the point where Ross and I like went off the beaten path and started playing it on our own, just the two of us doing runs. And then I had asked if anyone's available one other night, and everybody was like, "Oh no, we're busy, sorry," because usually we only play on Tuesdays. And I played it by myself, which is like rarer than rare. Like I cannot believe I did it. So that is a testament to how good this game is. It's great multiplayer. It's great single player. It's just a really fun, addictive loop, and I can't wait to get back to it in a couple days. So,
my question for you for first-person shooters, since you're not the biggest fan, do you play mouse and keyboard, or you just grab a controller? What's your preference?
That was like a huge debate when we started playing this, and I felt so dumb because I was like, I gotta play on controller, man. Like I have played them mouse and keyboard. I've played Doom on mouse and keyboard and stuff back in the day, but I just feel so much better with controller in hand. And I know I'm not as good. I never will be as good because it just that fast twitchy motion that you're and it just, when you're trying to turn your character with a joystick, you're slow. You're going to turn slowly. When you turn your character with a mouse, you're turning like you're 180 if you want it to be, depending on your sensitivity.
Yeah.
And so I'm never going to be as quick or whatever, but it feels so much better to me. Like I did try for a little bit to play mouse and keyboard, and I'm like, yeah, I could get used to it. I'd be fine. And then I plug my controller, and I'm like, nah, this is it.
No,
this is what we're doing.
It's funny. I like both. This is a tangent. We can continue your list in a sec. But I played Neon White with an Xbox controller. And then that game gets so hard that I was like, nope. And then I went with my cloud save off of Xbox onto the PC and had to finish that game on PC because of just how twitchy it got. Just random. But yeah, it's always interesting to see. Yeah. All right. Continue.
Okay. Yep. Awesome. Yeah. I mean, I wish, because I've always wished that I was better at mouse and keyboard than I am, and I played League of Legends probably 1,000 freaking hours, dude. Obviously, you can't play that controller. Like, it's just very different, though. You're clicking a lot versus this. It's twitchier, obviously. So, but I guess it's a little bit of a testament to the game. Anybody out there that enjoys playing controller, it works with a controller, and everybody else is playing mouse and keyboard, and they love it. So, it's a good game.
Awesome.
Number 7. Ooh. And I don't think I need to get into it too terribly much because both of the other hosts have already. Just what a cool game. What a unique.
Yeah.
It's just sometimes a puzzle game hits you or does a thing in a way that makes you feel like a freaking genius. And then you look like you get an achievement for completing a level and it's like, oh, 80% of the people have done that. You're not that smart.
Mm-hmm.
But the game makes you feel like you're smart, and that's all that matters.
Yep.
So that's Ooh in a nutshell. It's like the feel smart game of the year for sure. It's not overly challenging to get to the end. I think that the majority of people that play this game will do it, but it makes you feel awesome the entire way through, and it's just adorable. It's one of the most adorable games that released this year, in my opinion.
It's cool. It's interesting to see it several spots above Motion Wreck because most of the year I had Motion Wreck pegged as your winner out of those two games.
Yeah, it was, and it still is a fantastic game. And honestly, I even went back to it because I was playing a different game and I was having issues with my PC the other day, and I'm like, well, I should just try something else to see if it's the game or if it's my computer. So I ended up booting up Motion Wreck and ended up getting a note in like a short period of time. I was in whatever area trying to get a note. And got back and did the note, and I'm like, okay, it's obviously the game, not my PC. And I was like, Motion Wreck's a damn good game.
Yeah.
I love that. I got one freaking note, and I was like, heck yeah, dude, that was awesome. So, yeah, it's super tough. I just think they both do things extremely well. The big thing for me is, I guess, the extra content. Motion Wreck has collect music notes. Ooh has like this entirely different section of. There's basically a second game in Ooh that I didn't even know about when I reviewed it, and Steve randomly found it on his stream, and then he's like, "I wonder if you can do that with that type of block everywhere you go," and then yep, and I'm like, "Oh my god!" I mean, it just sometimes you don't know things. You don't know what you don't know until you figure it out, and that was one of the instances. It was very much an aha moment for me, a moment of oh, I didn't know that was a thing, and now I do, and that makes this game completely different than I originally thought. So
Yeah.
Yep.
It just does that. Basically, I discovered this new mechanic, but for like the environment. You know what I mean? That's what that is. Those bonus puzzle challenge rooms.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. All right, to my number 6. A game that not wholly unlike Glitchbanker, but a game that I think that you two would probably know would be on my list, but most people probably wouldn't have it on theirs. And a game that I actually put on the side quest because I don't know that I can. It's kind of a stray children in that way. You can't recommend it to everyone. And that is Stories from Soul, the Gun Dog, a book in a game, because it is literally a visual novel. But it is truly one of the best stories that I have played in a game in a long, long time. I mean, lots of good stories this year, but it's a gripping story from start to end. You get to make all sorts of different branching path choices. Then you get to go back if you want to, as long as you saved the game in the correct way, so you can have multiple saves and go back and experience different things. Like, oh, what if I would have done this? And you guys were talking about it a little bit with Citizen Sleeper 2, where you're going to make a different decision than other people, and you're going to have a different game in that way. And I very much enjoy that in games where I make a choice here. It seems like such a tough choice. It's like, okay, I'm doing it. I'm going with it. We're going down this direction. That's my story. And then you go back and you can make a different choice and go in a different direction. It's fun. So, and this game looks amazing. I mean, it's that that 90s PC vibe. It's got that 90s PC crunchy audio. It's so good. I love it so much. And if anybody out there just enjoys 80s or early 90s anime, you'd love this. You would absolutely love this game. Go check it out if any of that seems cool to you, or go check out the episode where I talked about it. I think I talked about it very early. It released very early this year, like January, February. So Stories from Soul, the Gun Dog is my number 6.
Yeah, if anybody has watched Space Adventure Cobra or played a Sega CD in the last 5 years, you will enjoy this game.
Yeah, I think that when we talked about it, we compared it a lot to Snatcher, and I think it is very Snatcher adjacent. So, all right, to my number 5, and this again won't be a surprise. I don't know. It would be less of a surprise to the general audience than maybe my two co-hosts here. My number 5 is Silk Song. Okay. I don't necessarily know that anyone would have known where I put Silk Song, because I've been as hush-hush about Silk Song as I can. Like, I enjoyed the game. I talked about it in our Discord channel where we're all having a good time with it and talking about things we discovered, where we were struggling, the different order of bosses, right? Like, if you don't get to a certain place, you don't even see a boss. Like, it's a very lived-in environment. I think that's one of the biggest things outside of what we talked about with the way this game looks. One of the biggest things that this game does super well is makes the world feel so lived in. Each character, each NPC, they recognize you when they found you at a different area. Now they're here, and then you go somewhere else, and they're over there, and there's a reason for them being in these different places. You come across different characters, and they tell you their story, and then they tell you how they got to this point or why they got lost, and it's a fantastic game. Outside of what a lot of people's complaints are, which is mostly the difficulty. And I am someone who enjoys a difficult game. We've talked about that in the past. One of my favorite games of all time is Enter the Gungeon. Another one of my favorite games of all time is Into the Breach, which is a very tough strategy game for what it is. Silk Song is hard, but sometimes personally it's kind of hard in a not fun way. It's doing a thing where it's like, hey, you remember that thing in Hollow Knight? You remember how tough it was? Well, we just made it twice as hard, and I couldn't really tell you why they needed to do that. I don't know. And that was the frustration for me about Silk Song. It is still an incredible experience. It is still one of my top 5 games of this year, and I will eventually, hopefully, go back and experience more stuff in that game, like I did with Hollow Knight. but I still feel like it's for all of its pros, there are still a couple cons that hold it back from being, the uppermost echelon for me personally. So
Yeah.
but number 5 is still solid as can be. So
That's number 5 in this year. Yeah, in any year, but yeah, it's still pretty high. I think my biggest complaint for the game, we can move on after that, is I think that having the tools on a consumable is probably my biggest complaint, because I felt like I never had tools like playing this game. You know what I mean? Because you had it on a consumable. So that was my biggest complaint. And then the High Halls Gauntlet. I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
I mean, I struggled my ass off. That the High Halls is like the, for anybody out there that hasn't played the game, there is a section where a lot of times you go and fight a boss and the boss is tough, and that's fine because it's a boss. But there is one place called the High Halls where you have to go through these waves of enemies over and over and over again. It just feels like the most grueling, terrible experience. But the cool thing about it is, and the thing that I am not good at in games, in doing and telling myself, and that's why the whole Wonder Stop stuff, right? That would help me. When I confront a challenge, I have a very hard time being like, you know what? That's too hard for me right now. I'm gonna come back. No, I don't do that.
Smash your head against that wall, right?
F you. Yep. I'm gonna beat you. And I spent, I don't know, 3-4 hours just continuing to throw myself at that until I finally beat it. And it's like, hell yeah, I did it. And then you get a couple abilities. 2 hours later, it's like, oh my god, that would help me so much in High Halls. Why didn't I just stop and save myself time? But
no, it's funny. There's a character in Act 3 named Seth. The character's actual name is Seth because it has a touching backstory and stuff. But that boss, I spent like 5 hours just on that boss. So I was yelling, "Fuck you, Seth!" I was like cussing and everything, which is really funny, just because of the name.
Probably deserved it. So
yeah.
All right,
I'm excited to get to your last 4. I think I know them. There's one that I might be overselling, but I think I have the other 3 locked in for sure.
If you go for it, I'm ready to hear it.
The game names themselves. I don't have the positions necessarily
ironed out.
Okay. I will be floored if Ball Pit, Look Outside, and Promise Mascot Agency don't show up.
Yeah.
Any of those could be number 1. I would put more money on Promise Mascot Agency at 1.
Okay.
And then my sleeper pick for 4 would be Kabuto Park.
That's a good list of games there. I will say you have 3 of the 4 correct.
Okay.
I think that you are forgetting one, and I forgive you for that.
Probably, yeah.
My number 4 is the game that you didn't think of, and that is Starvaders.
Oh yeah.
I am forgetting one.
Kabuto Park, incredible. That's probably like number 13. I love that game. It's a short and sweet experience. So
yeah,
go listen to that episode where I talked about it. I couldn't tell you the episode number. I'm sorry, but if you got a PC and you enjoy like a fun little creature collecting RPG type of thing, go play Kabuto Park. But on to Starvaders. Starvaders was the game that I discovered pretty early on in the year, and it almost became that pillar game for me, where I was putting it on a pillar and like, I'm going to experience you when I'm in the perfect mood. I didn't inevitably do that. I did play the game, and I'm happy I did, or else it wouldn't be on my list, and I wouldn't even know that I should be sad, but I should have been, because Starvaders is an incredible game. It is kind of hard to explain, and I actually had John help me when he was on that episode, because it's a weird game. But it is a roguelite, tactical, grid-based card game. Like, it is so weird. It's kind of like if you're playing like any of those, deck builders crossed with Into the Breach is kind of what it's going for a little bit. So you've got a deck, you get different cards, and each of them have different abilities that can interact with the board in a certain way, and there's different robots, and each of the robots does a different thing, and it makes the game completely different from the other one. all this to say, incredible experience. If you enjoy tactical games, if you enjoy Advance Wars, if you enjoy Into the Breach or Final Fantasy Tactics or any of that stuff, but then also enjoy or like that roguelite touch, that flair, and the card part, it's fine. Like it's fine. It is what it is. Like even if you don't like deck builders, you can still get into this game, I guess is what I'm saying. But the OST, so hard not to put this game as my OST of the year because, oh my gosh, it just absolutely slaps. It's so good. Every song. This thing that sucks about it is there's only like 10 of them. Like there's only like 10 songs, so it's tough to say, oh, Star Invaders for sure is my OST of the year. It's just not enough of it, but really good game, really good looking game, really good sounding game. Play it if you haven't already. Star Invaders at number 4. And yes, we are now at my top 3, and each of the games that Steve mentioned are in my top 3.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3 is Look Outside.
Nice.
It was lower, and I just couldn't keep it down. It's such a unique game. I mean, it is a survival horror RPG where it has like a weird run structure where you only have so much time to do everything that you want to do. And at first it seems daunting. It's like, is this going to be Majora's Mask? And it isn't really. You've got more time than you think, but you still have to make specific decisions each day in order to get to the point where you want to get to before the end of the game. And you can make mistakes, terrible mistakes, that make it so that you don't get to recruit characters, that you lock yourself out of an ending. You don't even really know it at the time until it's over. And then you go back and you're like, okay, what did I miss? Like, oh my gosh, that was so stupid. That was like right in front of my face. Or why would I have done that? That was dumb. Why did I attack that character? Of all the characters, why did I attack that one? And I'm so stupid. It's a game that I absolutely want to go back to and experience more of. I wish it was on something else other than PC because it would make a sweet couch game. Like I would love to play Look Outside, turn the lights off, and just chill and go through that game. But it is on PC currently at this time and is a fantastic experience. I hope that it will get ported other places in the future. But Look Outside, number 3. Also, best OST. Amazing. Incredible. And I think there's like 100 plus songs, if I recall correctly. Like there's an insane amount of depth there. So
yeah, it slaps.
It does. Number 2. This one was tough. But at the end of the day, I had to think about these two games are, you know what they are. They're Promise Mascot Agency and Ball Pit. And in their own way, they are crack.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. I guess it shows something about myself as a person, my character, and that I love these absolute addictive, I can't stop playing them type games. Like one of them is you do a run. Yeah, you did it. Look at all the cool stuff you did. Look at all the cool numbers that went on the screen. You want to do it again? Mm-hmm. I do. Yes. Yes, please. The other one is, oh, you just checked that box. Nice job. How about 5 others? Yes, please.
Yeah.
Which direction would you like to go? You can go wherever you want and check another box. Oh, yes. Yes, please. So, at number 2 is Promise Mascot Agency.
I'm actually surprised.
I had it pegged the other way. I had Look Outside at 3, but
I think that I tried to, tamp down a little bit the expectations of you guys when I brought Ball Pit to this show, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Promise Mascot Agency has been talked about a couple times already. It is, like Josh said, almost certainly my favorite open world game of all time because I don't really play a lot of them. And most of the time, open world games are... This does happen a little bit in Promise Mascot Agency, and you both can back me up here, but sometimes open world games feel too big, and you almost have choice paralysis, where it's like, do I want to do the main main story, or do I want to go in this direction? But then I started doing that side stuff, and I feel like I don't even remember what was going on in the main story, and now all of a sudden I'm just all out of whack. Like, I don't know what to do. And for me personally, it's gotten to the point where I end up just dropping the game before I finish it because I do so much side stuff, and then I'm like, all right, I'm done. I've gotten my fill. I really should have beaten it, but I didn't. Promise Mascot Agency does not have that problem. It is 20 to 25 hours, but that's like half of what a lot of other open world games end up doing for like the main mission, right?
Right.
This one feels like very consumable, and it clearly is, because if you look on, what people have done with trophies, I think like half of the people who played this game have gotten the platinum, and it's 20 to 25 hours. So people are out there getting the platinum on this game because it is a consumable, digestible open world game. And yeah, I mean, it's the ultimate checklist game. It's like, I have an hour that I want to play a game, jump in a Promise Mascot Agency, start checking boxes, look at the time. It's been 2 hours, and that's this game. So amazing. We've talked about it a lot. The mascots are hilarious. The voice acting is hilarious. Yeah. It's all in Japanese, which is great. But it's like, if you're accustomed to like reading subtitles in anime, or you get so much that emotion, even though you can't understand what they say other than reading. Like, there's just so much emotion conveyed. It's so good. And that brings me to my number 1, which is Ball Pit. Ball Pit was my addiction for a week straight, and I am very happy that I, on a whim, played the trial of Ball Pit, because otherwise I would have never played this game. I knew it was going to be a GOTY type game for this year. I'd already heard people talk about it and say it was amazing. And I was just like, yeah, maybe. And it sounds like it's way up my alley, but it's like sometimes I just shelf that type of stuff. Didn't know what I was going to play one night, booted it up, never looked back. Yes, eventually this game does play itself, and that is a little bit of a joke that's been a kind of a running joke of it, but it also is just incredible number go up goodness. And if you're into that, it is like, I will never, if anyone says to me, hey, you play some roguelites, what would you recommend to somebody who has not played one before? It will be Ball Pit 100 out of 100 times, because it is not overly challenging of a game in terms of, do I need to like really dodge stuff? Not really. You can build a run where you probably don't have to do anything. Literally, okay, there's a character where you actually don't have to do anything, but also there are characters where you do. You can move them. And I'm sure that there are runs that you can build in this game where you just crank your like pointer to the left and let the balls just fly and leave your character sit there, and you build up so much defense and so much health that you can just tank everything, destroy everything. Doesn't even matter. Like, it is make a build the game, and I absolutely love that, because you never know at the beginning exactly what you're going to do other than what your character's strengths are. But then you start getting balls, and it's like, if I got that ball, then I'm going to hope to get that ball. I'm going to re-roll it. You start combining, and it's incredible. I absolutely love Ball Pit. I know that it might not be absolutely everybody's cup of tea, but for me, it was just an absolute addiction for a week or two, and I will always look back fondly on that time. So that is Ball Pit for me, my number 1 game of 2025.
Heck yeah. Love it.
Makes a lot of sense, man.
That's a very Seth list, which, that's good.
Yes.
All right. We have, this is going to be our longest episode, hands down, for sure. So we have the community responses for the 2025 Game of the Year. I'll read those really quick. This one's interesting because there's a winner, kind of, but really these are all winners because they got shouted out, right? When it comes down to it on this one. All right, I'll just go down the list. We got Get Tilted, Silk Song, Pond Guardian, and then, let me make this bigger here. This and Nubby's Number Factorial. Only indie games from 2025 that I played this year. That's what they said. And then somebody says they didn't play any 2025 games at all, indie or none. And then somebody says Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which I think that's the same person that had the response that's their indie game, whatever, a little while ago. And then we got Get Tilted again, which I feel like I know who the two Get Tilted are here. That's pretty obvious, I think. And then we
Not hard to guess.
and we got Blueprints, Silk Song, Lone Star. I don't know what that game is. Do you guys know what Lone Star is?
Yeah.
I never heard of it. Look Outside, Whisper of the House, which that's my partner. That's kind of like a unpacking game. It's like unpacking, but like a city, and you got like a bunch of like missions and stuff. I watched them stream it. It looked really cool, so I know they really loved it. So
I almost bought that a couple times. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it looks good. Abiotic Factor, which they have a little parentheses here. It says, I'm cheating a little with this one because early access released last year, but 1.0 was in 2025. Hey, that counts in my book. I usually wait.
That's not cheating at all.
I wait for 1.0 all the time. And then Keep Driving, one that I meant to try, but I didn't get to myself. Sid and Sleeper 2, Claire Obscure Expedition 33 again, then Haste, and then... Hey, somebody else played Haste besides me. I'm happy now. They have a little parentheses here that says purely for how satisfying it felt to play, plus how it brought me back to playing browser games like Dino Hills. But to be completely honest, I haven't played nearly enough 2025 games to fairly judge this category, which is fair. Then we got Blueprints, and then I haven't played any 2025 games, then an NA, and then Look Outside, Hades 2. Hey, so say Hades 2 won somebody's list here.
Yeah,
and we got Sword of the Sea, Winter Burrow, which that game looked pretty cool too. That's like a cozy survival thing. You play like a mouse or a rat or something like that. And then Dark Deity 2, which I never heard of. And then Silk Song again. And then Mothman 1996, a retro throwback to Atari times that oozes style. You witness the fate of the typical horror film cliches in visual novel / adventurous form. It's just an hour long or so, but worth the few dollars it costs. So...
Yeah.
I think we're not going to really crown one on this because there's not an obvious winner. Silk Song got a couple, Blueprints got a couple, but all those games seem like they're worth playing. So do we want to make this a thing where we crown like the community choice winner? I don't think it makes too much sense.
Sure. I mean, this year it doesn't make sense. Other years it would make sense to crown a victor. I mean, technically, Silk Song is the only one here that got 3 votes.
Yeah.
But there's so many others that got 2. Claire Obscura got 2. Look Outside got 2.
Blueprints.
Get Tilted got 2.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, we'll just say it's Silk Song. Let's say it's the community game of the year choice sponsored by Silk Song. There we go. That's how we can do it.
There you go.
Yeah. These responses really go to show, this is true most years, but this year in particular, there was just so much variety. There was so many different types of games for different types of people that you can pull almost 30 people and get, like 25 or 24 different answers. So,
yeah. And
also shout out to the listeners that don't play any 2025 indies but still listen to us talk about them all year long.
Yeah. They're just like building their list. They're like just like, okay, got to put that in the wish list. I'll get to it in 5 years. That type of gamer. Yeah. Well, it's time to make our top 5 list. But before we do that, I wanted to do our Game of the Year top 5 from last year just to see if it lives up. Just real quick before we jump into our list.
Okay.
So our Game of the Year top 5 from last year is 5, which was heavily debated, I remember. It was Kato Buttered Cat.
Yeah.
And then we had 4, which is 1,000 Times Resist, 3, Grun, 2, Balatro, and 1, Animal Well, which I feel like that's a very solid 2024 list. But this year's going to be different, I think,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. All right. Well, why don't we just get the elephant in the room out of the way? Josh and I have been butting heads about Blueprints and Silk Song. Let's just be fair. We'll put Silk Song at 5. We'll put Blueprints at 1. And then they're both represented. And it's
fairly represented.
And no one's feelings get hurt.
If people don't understand how 1 through 5 list works, and they're like, "Oh, look at 5. That's a higher number than 1." Like you're welcome, buddy.
So many more points.
It's a tough.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just kidding. Let's talk through what games do we feel like are locks for the list, or at least maybe not for the list, but like make a lot of sense to be on the list. Like I would say a couple that come to mind that we all have some reverence for. They showed up on all of our lists would be Ooh.
Yes.
Ball Pit.
Yes.
even though it wasn't on my list, I would say Promise Mascot Agency.
Yeah.
Because I'm very close to the end. Honestly, it probably will. It would land on a revised version of my list after I finish it. What else? Anything else that all three of us played?
I think that basically, I mean, Silk Song. We did all three play.
Oh, Silk Song we did all play.
I think Silk Song, and then maybe we have a Blueprints. We should probably put Blueprints on there.
Yeah.
It is your game
I
of
haven't
the year.
played
Games that
Yeah.
games that two of us played, but I feel like there's a lot of emotions about. Citizen Sleeper 2 and Wander Stop.
I'm just kind of jotting some notes here so we can.
Which are both alliances of Josh and I. So sorry.
I mean, I'm sure you both have said that I would enjoy them. I would not go against any of your opinions on those.
Is there any games that one of us are like feeling so strongly about that, you know, should be on our list that we haven't talked about yet? I feel like this is pretty strong right now so far.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm looking through the rest of what's
Maybe
on my list.
I mean, Seth and I have Motion Wreck. I mean, I don't know if that would make it top 5 though.
Yeah, I mean, that would be more up to what Steve's thoughts. Did you even finish Motion Wreck, Steve?
I didn't, but it is a great game. I think the way that I would approach that is there any world where you envision this list with both Ooh and Motion Wreck on it? And if not, I feel like we all at this point have favored Ooh.
Yeah,
over
that's
Motion
true.
Wreck.
I agree with that. I'm looking at what's on here and thinking, okay, there's only going to be 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think in a top 10, a show's top 10, Motion Wreck probably makes that, but only 5, that's tough. So,
Yeah.
Honestly,
Interesting. I'm looking at my like other not my top 10, but other games I've played. There's not a lot of games that Seth and I play that Josh doesn't. It seems like Josh and I are always the ones playing it. So like Skate Story, maybe.
yeah,
And Roger,
Yeah, maybe.
maybe.
I can add.
Sword of the Sea. Did anybody play that?
I did play Sword of the Sea. I played an hour of Sword of the Sea and
You didn't really like.
Didn't make your list.
Yeah, well, it didn't even make my actual list because I didn't play it enough. But yeah, I mean, you know, if you guys really, I mean, it wasn't on either of your lists, right?
No.
Your top 10.
No, it would probably be like on my full game of the year list, inclusive of AAA. Sword of the Sea is probably like number 16. For the
Yeah,
year.
I'm somewhere around there
17 for you,
too.
something like that.
I feel like it's like I said. I said it earlier in the show. It's like a best of for Giant Squid, but I would probably play any of the other Giant Squid games again. You know what I mean? Or even Journey again over playing that again. So that's just because they make so many quality games. You know, it's tough.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to like punish them for being so good at what
Yeah.
they do so often, but it is kind of like it's a known quantity.
Yeah. So
Oof.
I'm just gonna let's do. I'm thinking number 1. Just throwing it out there is Ooh, because we all. I'm just throwing it out there.
You say that, Josh. I don't remember if I did this last year or not, but I predicted the show's indie game of the year. I don't know if you guys also do this or at least have it in your head.
Okay.
My guess,
I'll
say it now, and it's not like it matters. We can always move it, but my guess was Ooh.
Wow.
Because there's some consensus there between all 3 of us.
There's consensus, yes. Also, this is a really tough year, but I think I don't know. While I put Ooh 7, you guys also put Ooh 7, 8-ish, right? Like we
Right.
all have games that we enjoy a little bit more than Ooh, but I don't necessarily think that any of us would be sad if we ever saw Ooh at number 1 on any list, right? Like it's just a really good, well-rounded game, and also while it is, you know, it's a known quantity. It's more known than some other games that we bring. It's still obscure enough that is like in that fun area where we like to be, where it's like it's known, sure, but it's sort of unknown, and we're being cool.
Right.
We're being hipstery about this. So yeah,
maybe that, or maybe Promise Mascot is number 1. That's a
I was
yeah.
just gonna say, if we put Ooh at number 1, I'm looking at the rest of the games, and the only one that I feel like makes sense to take its spot is Promise Mascot Agency, possibly. You both liked Promise Mascot Agency more than Ooh, right?
Yeah, but do I?
Obviously, yeah.
It's so hard. It is maybe harder to compare those two games than any other two games ever. They are the most opposite games that I've ever played. So, yeah, I mean, Promise Mascot Agency is just like a very full-fledged. It's not clear obscure, but it's about almost as AAA as you can get for an indie game. And who is not that, right? So it's just tough.
If I'm thinking about Ooh, I felt like a genius when I played it. It's a little rude that I could never figure out a couple of those bonus levels. That made me feel dumb again. Promise Mascot Agency, I have not seen what I hear is the best part, which is the ending, although the story is great to this point. 2 thumbs up that you can drive and or fly through the trees.
It's amazing.
Love that.
I love it.
1 thumb down that you can't drive through the light poles. Okay?
Oh, you smoke them?
The number of times that I've smashed into a light pole and lost all my momentum. Even a Grand Theft Auto game knocks the things over for
That's
you.
true. That's true.
Dude.
Or even like a fence, like a chain link fence is like a brick wall in this game.
The best part about that, not the best part, there's a lot of good parts about that game. One of my favorite parts of that game is seeing that huge statue, like bear thing in the middle of that lake and being like, oh, look at that. Like, that's interesting. What is that doing there? And then finding out 15 hours later, you're going to be on top of it. And that's going to be sick.
Also, Promise Mascot Agency, the only game this year with a truck that can grind.
That's cool.
On ledges.
Yeah.
It is cool.
Yeah. It's so dumb, but everything about that truck is dumb, so it fits perfectly.
I like how the mechanic's like, oh, I got some loose parts around, I'm just going to make it, I forget the mechanic's name, but he's like, oh yeah, we'll slap something on here. It's my prototype. We'll see if it works. And then you're like, okay, now I can grind and fly across the map. Why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the only game brave enough, you talk about the mechanic, the only game brave enough where you drive a K truck and chase down spirit foxes. Like, that game is just so out there, man. It just does things that are so different from most games. So, yeah. Anyway, it's cool. It's a good game.
Yeah, it is a good game. I don't know what I would pick. Ooh, or Promise Mascot for number 1. I feel like those are safe 1 and 2. Maybe.
Yeah, I agree.
In terms of the consensus vote, like, obviously there's a couple games here that I feel stronger about.
I'm just throwing them on the list.
But
see how they look and feels,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see what it tastes like.
I was thinking, number 3, since Steve loved this game so much, we should put Blueprints on 3, I'm thinking.
Wow, that is noble. I mean, I'm the only one of those that likes it.
Yeah, that's true.
This is the most Josh thing ever is like,
I'm just too nice.
I absolutely hate everything you stand for, but I'm going to give you a hug anyway. You know what I mean? I might even give you a kiss on the cheek. Like, we're bros for life.
Yeah, pretty much. No. I got to be that way. I don't know. I personally could see Blueprints at 5. 5? Yeah, probably. I
wouldn't have put it at 3. If we're being honest, if I'm dropping the gag, for us collectively, Silksong makes sense to be higher.
Number 3.
Than Blueprints.
I'm thinking 3.
Because
it's my number 1 and Seth's number 5.
I think that's fine for now.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a great temporary placement for it.
Steve's like, it's fine for Silksong to be higher.
Silksong on your list at all, or was it low? I can't remember. Steve?
No.
Okay, didn't quite make it.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I mean, again, if I took my entire list of 40 games that I played and I ranked them all, Silksong would maybe be like 27 or something.
Okay.
Like, it was not super.
It just didn't hit you. It just didn't hit you high. I got you. Maybe.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's just wrong. But it's all right. Like, people can be wrong, and that's fine. But
I have said this. I will entertain and have entertained to myself the thought that It might just be that after all this time waiting, Silksong came out at a time when I wasn't in the mood to play a Hollow Knight game, right? Like, it might have been that I just wasn't feeling it at the time, but there was 7 years of inertia that necessitated that I play it. And so I was just kind of forcing my way through because I was feeling a lot of friction in those runs from checkpoint to checkpoint, like a lot of friction. And this is making me a little grumpo to gumpo. All right.
I mean, I'm going to go as far as to say that I think that's a little bit on Team Cherry. Like, don't basically shadow drop a game that's been so anticipated. Like, give us a couple months, dude. If they would have told us, hey, it's coming out in, what did it come out in? September? Is that right? Yeah. September. If they would have told us that in July, okay, I'm preparing. Instead, they're like 2 weeks, and it's like, dude, like I wasn't really ready to play it at that time either. Fortunately, I guess for myself, I stuck to it, and it did eventually hook me a little enough, right? That it was 5 on my list, but I just didn't like the way they did that. Like, I'm not blaming them; they obviously created 2 amazing games, but I just give us a little heads up. For us, like content creators, I guess it helps a little bit. So
it would have been nice to. I mean, just for a content creation standpoint, if we knew in July, we could have planned like a big Silksong Hollow Knight something in September. You know, that would have been nice too. Hype
for
it up
us,
a
it makes us. It made me at least shelf things. Right, like I'm like, all right, well, I got to make space for this. Like it's the new hotness. Like I got to do it. So
yeah. To be fair, because right now it is sitting, or at least temporarily, if not permanently, on our list. I've used you guys as basically therapists for my Silksong experience, and I've come out as relatively vocal against parts of it. But there's a lot to love about Silksong. So to its credit, one, I think Hornet is an incredible character.
Amazing. She's
written so well, so much more personality than the original Hollow Knight, and like every interaction is it's either funny or genuinely entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to, again, our friend John Gaming in the Wild, and he described it best. He said that Hornet is very like steadfast in her convictions, but she suffers no fools.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I was like, that is so true. It's whenever Hornet talks, I'm like, I really just don't want Hornet to think I'm an idiot. All I want is for Hornet to think I'm okay. So that's good writing in a character.
Yeah.
I also think Silksong has some of the best boss fights ever.
Yeah.
Like, they're so much fun. I loved every single boss fight in this game. It was just the process of getting to the boss fights that sucked. To me, it felt like if you played like a Dark Souls game and you died 10 times as much
further
going from fog wall to fog wall and then beat every boss in 1 or 2 tries. It just felt askew.
Yeah, I think one of the big ones that people point to, and it's been out for so long, I don't think this is spoiler, it's early enough, but the last judge is a boss in Silksong, and is, in my opinion, probably one of the best bosses in the game that I played.
Yeah.
Certainly probably the best early game boss.
Yep.
What I find fun about fighting bosses in games is doing that repetition and learning them. But when they throw this hellscape in front of it, it's like where at any given moment I could die on the run back. It just sucks. And yes, I did get better at it and got to the point where it's like, okay, now I'm just bored for these 30 seconds. Like, I want to get back and fight the last judge. Stop doing this to me.
You know, the thing about the runbacks was really funny. There's a boss that you find. It's like deep, and just like side. It's like the side quest type boss where you're just like I randomly found it, you know, and they spawn you right outside of the boss room on that boss. It's like why?
That was always an option. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, why can't we do that more often? You know what I mean? Like, that was, or put a bench right outside the gate to the last judge or something.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, they could.
Yeah.
The other friction I had with that game specifically is something that's not important unless you want to go like above and beyond to get the secret act and everything. Is Biowater. That is a painful.
Yeah,
area.
it's rough.
That run back is. I will have nightmares about that run back the rest of my life. It's like 5-minute run back, like legitimately. Even with like there's like one that's even further, and then you have to find the secret one that's like 5 minutes away. So it's like 5 minutes to get there to fail. 5 minutes again to fail. Yeah. So yeah. So to me, I agree with that criticism, but like the moment to moment and the music, the gameplay, everything to that game, it was my addiction this year. I just loved it. So it's basically what Seth had for Ball Pit. Like I will start playing like 5 minutes of Silk Song and 7 hours will go away. Like it's like hours just disappear for me when I play this game. So,
and the interest of fairness, it's funny because when you really think about it, Silk Song and Blueprints, people have the same criticisms.
Yeah.
When you boil it down, the highs are really high, but the friction in between the highs pisses people off. And just for some type of people, certain types of friction does or does not bother them, right? So like Josh was getting annoyed with the Blueprints friction, I was getting annoyed with Silk Song friction, but vice versa. We're like, I don't give a shit. This game rules.
Yeah.
I shut up.
I know Blueprints is an awesome game, and to me, I feel like I need to like play it again. I just need to get in the headspace to do it. I'm gonna give it another shot at some point. I know I am, and I just feel like it just didn't grab me. And I was like, I put 10 hours into this thing. I got to move on. I'm going to play something else. And then, of course, I was like complaining and bitching about it on the podcast, So it gets like really built up that I hate this game. The game obviously is great. It's just some of that RNG factor was really grinding against me. And it just rubbed me the wrong way. But I know the game's awesome. So I can't argue that it's not a great game. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing about both of what you guys have said, and this is going to sound like we're in therapy, but neither one of you are wrong, truly. Like,
right.
Yeah.
There have been so many people who have been critics of both of these games. You both are very much in one side, but there have been people who have been super critical of Blueprints. I mean, look at the reviews of it. Some of them are just pretty terrible.
Yeah.
And then look at Silk Song. I think a lot of it is like, there's so much buildup for Silk Song that any disappointment was going to piss people off, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that you're both very valid in your opinions and thoughts about either of those games. So, what I will say about what you currently have on this list, Josh, is I do personally feel that Ball Pit probably should be on there.
Oh, that's true. Ball Pit. Okay,
it was in each of our top 10s. It was my number one, so I don't need it to be super high, but
no, it should be. It should have some. Citizen Sleeper 2 is hard for me to erase. That's the thing. It's
probably a game I'd love. Truly,
yeah.
Honestly, you guys, like, Blueprints is a game that I love. It is a game that Josh does not love, and Seth, like, you would like it, but like you have no reaction to it at this point, right? So for us, I feel like Silk Song makes a better case to stay on the list because I think, one, Silk Song has at least 2 of us that have played it and enjoyed it. 5 is still pretty damn high on the list. And I think I like Silk Song more than Josh likes Blueprints. And so...
Okay, that makes sense.
Blueprints on there, like, I don't feel like it's an absolute necessity that all 3 of our number ones have to be on the list. And this is a year where, like, Blueprints is kind of an outlier for me, and that's okay.
Yeah, but it's great. I know it's well regarded for a reason. People love it, and I know you love it. So that's why I'm like, okay. So this is what we have kind of penciled in right now: is 5 Blueprints, 4 Silk Song, 3 Citizen Sleeper 2 with a question mark because I just threw it in there, and then 2 Promise Mascot and 1 Ooh. That's what it's looking like right now. So you're thinking maybe we swap Blueprints for Ball Pit? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
I would be okay with that.
Yeah.
The only other game up there is it does feel weird not having Wander Stop on the list.
True. 5 is so hard.
It's always the harder. Like 1 and 2, I'm good. You can pencil those in. 3 through 5, that's tough. That's hard. Yeah. You feel like you're leaving off one of your kids. So...
So
I only have 1 kid, so that makes me look like quite a man.
Yes. So Steve, this one would be between us. Do you think Citizen Sleeper 2 or Wander Stop should be on the list here? Because I feel like one of those 2 would probably have to slot in here. That's so hard for me. They're both so good. You know what I mean? So Yeah.
Remind me again. Which order did you put those in on your list? It was
I had
Wanderstop was above Citizen Sleeper, right?
Yeah, but it was 3, and then Citizen Sleeper 2 was 4. So it's like they're right there for me, you know. So
it's your 3 and 4.
Yeah.
So on my I'm thinking of this like in terms of all the games of the year, I guess, but on my list, Citizen Sleeper was 3, Wanderstop was also 4. So it's like
it's like right
we're
there.
right next to each other.
Yeah.
We both really love those games. They're both excellent games. So it's like, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's pencil. I can save the B and I can turn.
Here's a
this.
good little debate for this one. You guys have both played that. You both said 3, 4 on your list, right? Which one do I like more?
Oh. Between the two?
Probably Citizen Sleeper.
I think Citizen Sleeper, and here's why. I think of the three of us, your mental health is the most bulletproof. I think that you have the least.
That's true.
Hey, man.
The least distance to go to work on yourself, and so I think you'll get the least out of one.
Oh, you think highly of me, and I appreciate that. But I personally, if I were to say, if you were both to say, okay, next game, you have to play one of these two, I think that I would probably play Citizen Sleeper 2.
Yeah, and the reason why I think
I would say Citizen Sleeper 1, but
yeah. But the reason I would think you would lean that way is because you like Gundog so much. You know what I mean? Like I know they're not the same exact thing, but they're kind of similar vibes, right? Like
the only thing I would feel bad about this is neither here nor there, but I would be like, man, I really should play the first one first. That's what would happen to me. But
and you should. But to be fair, even if I said you should start with the first one, I still would be recommending 2 over Wanderstop to you. Also, not that you can't enjoy. I mean, again, you literally praise stories from Saul Gundog, but I think you would appreciate the mechanical side of Citizen Sleeper.
I think I would too.
More than Wanderstop.
Mm-hmm. We can make it a top 10. I like doing a top 5 though. A top 5 just makes it harder. It's a cool some stuff.
Without limits, you're just listing the games you played this year.
Right.
Top 22.
Like people out there, no shade to any of you, but a little shade to some of you in a playful way. If you have a top 10, but then you have 6 honorable mentions and 2 almost rans that you put between 2 and 1, you know, you have 2 runner-ups and 6 honorable mentions. You just have a top 18. All right, just own it.
Just
okay?
own it. Yeah. It's just like SNES Drunk, top 13. Yeah,
you can't say, "Oh, it was so hard to whittle this down to 10." And then give me 3 runner-ups. You didn't whittle it down to 10. You're still giving those games the airtime, buddy. All right? They still got the same marketing for less budget.
All right, so okay, let's go through. We'll go 1 to 5, and then we all say yes or no if that's a lock. All right.
Yep.
This is just temporary.
Okay.
Number 1, ooh.
Like for sure lock,
or like
no doubt in my mind.
This man,
yeah,
no flexibility.
I don't know if I can do that.
Say that's hard. Yeah, maybe not. Okay.
Okay, I would say the only 2 games are 1 and 2 that I would guarantee are on this list.
Okay.
Like at all.
Okay. So 1 and 2 we have promise. We have
We're gonna
1
be
is
here
ooh.
all night.
We have 1 is ooh, 2 is promise mascot. How are you feeling on that order right now? Just how it is for 1 and 2.
I'm personally completely fine with that. I while I have promise mascot agency higher than ooh, I think ooh is an IndieQuest game, and so I'm good with it being at 1.
That's true.
Josh, where do you sit? Which one would you put at 1?
Personally, I really like
for the show.
Personally, I like Promise Mascot Agency a little bit more. Obviously, it's really great. I love it. I rated it higher, but I think I might have to agree with Seth that if I was like, what is a game that all 3 of us like bonded over? You know what I mean? This is our number 1.
That's true.
We all love this game. We all have stories about it. We all loved everything about it, really. And we even watched your stream and helped you with some challenge rooms. Like, there's some lore there, even.
Yeah,
so I would feel good with
Yeah.
it being number one myself.
Same.
Okay. I think I could get on board with that. Something in the back of my head is telling me that Promise Mascot Agency should be number one, but I'm operating on imperfect information. I have not finished the game, and I might be. I don't know what is magnetically pulling me in that direction, but if both of you are at number one, I'm certainly comfortable with that. It's a great damn game.
It is.
I mean, it was just 3 hours of me screaming at the monitor, "I'm a genius!"
Yeah, and that's what's so good about it.
Check that. I keep pushing the wrong button. All right. Yeah. I don't know. Like, if Steve played Promise Mascot, he might be pushing for it to be number one. But
I mean, he did. He just hasn't finished it. But
yeah, I know. But like, he'd be pushing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If he, I'm very intrigued. Whenever you finish that game, I need to hear what your thoughts are, because it's something that took me off guard, honestly. So,
okay, so number 1 and 2, and then Promise Mascot, pretty locked right now. I'd say. I'd say we'll give it like a 95%.
Safe.
There's always a little bit of wiggle room. So right now for 3, 4, and 5, we have Citizen Sleeper 2, Silk Song, then Ball Pit. How are you feeling about that, you guys?
All right. So if I'm thinking of how our lists shake out, right? I'm not doing a huge thing where I'm like, put Ball Pit as high as possible. I'm not doing that. I don't, honestly, at the end of the day, if we're comfortable with it being in 5, I'm also fine with that. But the only thing I'm thinking is Ball Pit was a top 10 game for all 3 of us, right? Silk Song was not. So that's my only thought there. Yeah, that's it. So
Technically, it wasn't a top 10 game for my full list. It made it in the indies list, but it was a lot closer to top 10 than Silk Song was. So I'm just being pedantic.
I feel like it might be the situation with Blueprints with me, where I'm like, I'm not the biggest fan of that. You're not the biggest fan of Silk Song, so it's kind of like maybe it earns a number 5 for that reason, since one of the hosts isn't really a big fan of it.
Yeah,
or maybe not even on the list. I would hate to take Silk Song off though, because it's really high on both of our lists, Seth.
Yeah. I think my question there would be, okay, Blueprints or Citizen Sleeper 2 for me?
For Citizen Sleeper 2 for you, for sure.
Yeah. So I personally believe that Blueprints probably it would not make the top 5 based on my own preferences in games. Right? Like I do enjoy that sometimes.
Yeah.
Like Grune is similar enough, but different enough too, right? I think that maybe I would have similar friction based on the roguelite elements of Blueprints.
Yeah, the parts that you and I share about like Animal Well enthusiasm, I don't think you would find the juice worth the squeeze in Blueprints.
Yeah, there's a diversion.
I don't respect my time that much, so it doesn't bother me, but you like your life matters a little more, you got your time's a little more valuable than mine, at an hourly rate.
While we're on that subject, I am going to say, now that we're to this point, there isn't an Animal Well on this list for me. Like, Animal Well is still my number 1 if it was in 2025, personally. So,
yeah.
But
I would also put it at number 1 if it was 2025. Yeah. I think this order makes more sense. So again, I know for folks that are just listening in your car and you got distracted, 5 is right now we have 5 Silk Song, 4 Ball Pit, 3 Citizen Sleeper 2, 2 Promise Mascot Agency, 1 Ooh. If we look down that list, Silk Song obviously I have some problems with, but I still like parts of it. But 4 through 1, all of us at least come out pretty positive and enjoy pretty universally all those games, with the one exception being that Seth hasn't played Citizen Sleeper 2, but I think he would.
Yeah.
So like 4 through 1 right now are a little more well-rounded in terms of universal enjoyment for the hosts. Ball Pit really to me feels like the safety school, but I'm happy to have it on there.
Safety school.
Yeah, it's like for me it's just like a good It's just a good, honest. It's like a
I see
turkey
what you're
club. Am I ever gonna rave about the best turkey club I ever had? Probably not.
It's your
But like, you give me a nice warm turkey club, dude. Let's go.
It's your Chipotle burrito analogy. I've heard it before. I'm never going to turn a Chipotle burrito down, but is it the best burrito I've ever had? No.
Hey, I mixed it up. All right, I changed the food.
It was at the forefront. It was up there in the frontal lobe. You just pushed it back. I can't use that one again.
Yeah. What if Wander Stop at 5 and we cut Silk Song? What does the crowd think of that?
So that's more up to Josh. Because while I did.
Oh, you can't say that because he's just going to agree with me. He's too nice.
Well,
I just posed it.
I think
I gotta be more mean.
I know we're
man.
not.
Maybe that's my 2026 goal. I gotta be more mean. Yeah,
there you go.
Mean Josh,
but not
needs
to me
come
though.
out.
But to other people, yeah.
Oh, never to you, buddy. Never.
All right.
Good. Let's see.
I think that if this list, and I know we're not doing this, and I know we're not going to do this, but if this list does have a number 6, Wander Stop is there, right? Blueprints is not.
Yeah, that or Silk Song for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So we are down to at least that. We've made the cut to 6.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's do this. All right, I'm just getting our doc kind of set here. Skate Story's out then, right? I'm guessing.
I mean, I think you feel the strongest about it. How do you feel about that?
I could see it
don't wanna
out.
speak for you.
I feel like you enjoyed it. You haven't finished it, right? You never finished it, or did you, Steve?
Oh, I
Okay.
did. I got that platinum trophy.
Okay. So you liked it, but you didn't put it as high as I did. But I don't think Seth would put it very high, or I don't think it would make a top 10 for Seth. You're not a huge skateboarding game guy, right?
I mean, I used to play Tony Hawk
back in the day,
and it's enjoyable for a period of time, right? Like,
yeah, so it's not really your thing. I think it doesn't really mesh with all three of us. But I feel like if it's just me and you, Steve, it might make it. But with Seth, I don't think it really cuts it or makes it. Unfortunately, I love that game though.
All right.
So the one that's sitting there off of the top 5 is Wander Stop, and then we got 5 Silk Song, 4 Ball Pit, 3 Citizen Slipper 2, and then we have our basically locks 2 Promise Mascot and 1 Ooh, just to keep the UPS driver, our FedEx driver, who's listening right now, so you can keep a track after a 4-hour podcast listening session here. Yeah.
So the only thing I'm going to say, I'm going to weigh in on this. I am personally, well, yes, I am one of the hosts. I am personally okay with booting Silk Song out and putting Wander Stop up. Having zero opinion of that game other than what you guys have told me. But I do feel that it has a message that is important and something that I could probably take away from games. And I should play it. So, knowing what I know about everything else, I would actually be okay with that, even though I haven't played it. So it really does boil down to Josh's feelings.
I'm just throwing it on here.
Do you feel that way because you sense... Why do you feel that way? Is it because you think Josh and I feel more passionately collectively about Wander Stop?
Well, yeah, I mean...
What makes you...
It's a 3-4 game for both of you.
True.
You're my buddies. And generally, I do align with you on gaming taste, to an extent. So yeah, I mean, you both enjoy that game, and you've both said that I would also enjoy it. Like what? I mean, maybe not as much as Citizen Sleeper 2, but still.
The feeling I get, to put a point in comparison for you, Seth, is that you would probably like this like you like Bear and Breakfast, where it's like a cozy little thing with a nice story. Or is that the name of that game? Bear and Breakfast, right?
Bear's Restaurant.
Bear's Restaurant.
I think they're similar games.
Yeah,
Bear and Breakfast is the different
Yeah, Bear's
game, right?
Restaurant. There you go. Sorry. You know what I was talking about. So that game with the story and, everything, you always tell me I should play that. I will get to it eventually.
Oh, yeah.
But, but I feel like the same feeling that game has, you probably would have with Wander Stop, even though it has a little bit more to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost certain that I would like that game. Once I push past the I'm playing a video game part, right? Which you both struggled with to a certain extent, right? Like this is like it's telling you to stop thinking in that way. Like you're just vibing and do that. And I'm pretty confident I would enjoy that game. You guys both rated it very highly on your lists. And just because I haven't played it, I don't think it should be punished. So that's my thoughts on it.
That's true.
For what it's worth, I do think after you play it, you will like Silksong more than Wanderstop.
That might be true,
That's
but
true.
you don't. And I still can see a world where Wanderstop would still be in my top half. Silksong is not in your top half. That's my
Okay.
thought.
I'm saying I am okay with cutting it. We cut Blueprints. If we cut Silksong, that's fine. As long as we come to a consensus about it, I'm okay with cutting it. Just know I love that game, and that is the game of 2025 for me. Even when
That's true.
I want to make like a top 10 with AAA, and everything. I haven't done it yet. I'm going to in the next few days here. That's going to be probably going to be my number one. I don't see even a AAA game or anything overtaking it. I think for that one, if I played through and finished Clair Obscur by the end of the year, that probably would be my number one for the year, just because I know I'm going to love how that game wraps up and everything. I just know it. But anyway, besides the point, that's my favorite game of the year. So, yeah. Steve,
I will point out,
you said it
Josh,
was like 25 plus down on your list out of like 40 or whatever
27,
it was.
yeah, you said.
27, yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
pretty
crazy.
low.
I will point out, Josh, that I think you are the only one of us who had all 5 of these games on your top 10.
Yeah.
So, it's like, Silksong. It's just Silksong's so ultra polarizing that it's kind of tough. I could definitely see Silksong at 5. I wouldn't put it higher than that for us.
Yeah. So this is funny to me, because if we had the same... so imagine it's 2024. We're like, okay, Silksong's coming out next September. Okay, that's our game of the year. That's what we would have thought last year. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, probably.
Yeah, like easily. Like, oh yeah, that's gonna be that's game of the year for IndieQuest next year for sure. Yeah. So I think the fact that it is that polarizing, I think it knocks it off the list. I actually do think logically that since it's so polarizing, even Seth has some complaints about it. You didn't love it, even though it made your top five. You didn't love it as much as you probably could have. You know what I mean?
I do absolutely love a lot of specific parts, but the whole did not come together the way I had hoped. Okay. And I think that's,
honestly, to me, Hollow Knight 1 is a superior game still, even though I really love Silksong. Yeah. So, yeah.
This is just Seth saying a lot of words, hoping that we don't notice he's the only one with his number one game still on the list.
Yeah.
All right.
That is true, but also I told you before I said my list, I said I'm the only one that isn't going to get hated for my number one because both of you two picked the opposites. Yeah, polarizing.
Hear me out. We moved Wanderstop to 4. We cut Ball Pit, so no one's number one is here, and we put Skate Story back in.
Skate Story. How about the Root Trees Are Dead? Just put the Root Trees Are Dead at 5.
Now you're talking. Let's go.
Oh, I was going to put Haste in there. I don't know.
I thought you were about to say Hades 2, and I was like,
Hades
you're
2.
probably right, actually.
Honestly, if we all play Hades
right.
2, that would be like probably our number one, but it's not how it should go.
It would probably be top 5.
Yeah, for sure.
Unlike Silksong, I don't think Hades 2 has been nearly as polarizing for people. I think generally people love it. So
the thing I hear about that game is they don't love the ending. That's what I've heard. I haven't got that far, obviously, but they've patched it and added and changed the ending because that's Supergiant. Like they take feedback and change. Stuff. So yeah,
that makes sense.
I noticed you moved Wanderstop up and moved Ball Pit down.
I was wondering if someone was going to say something.
Honestly, I'm okay with that too. Truly, I mean, Wanderstop's a top 5 game for both of you.
That's true.
And just because I haven't played it, it's hard for me to be like, that doesn't belong.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, that's our 3 and 4. And if that's our 3 and 4 on here, that makes sense, right?
I mean, I would certainly favor the list in this iteration. Yes,
I'm good with this list. Truly.
So the list, I honestly think this is like a good tentative lock. I'm not saying that it is a lock. If there's something else that comes up, let me know. But here's a list so far: 1, Ooh; 2, Promise Mascot Agency; 3, Citizen Sleeper 2; 4, Wander Stop; and 5, Ball Pit. How's that feel?
Feels good. I like the way it feels. Truly, I mean, 3 and 4. I don't know enough about those games to give a definitive opinion, I suppose, but I am confident I would enjoy them both. So.
It's kind of like the Kato last year. It's like me and Steve didn't play it, but it made the list because you were so passionate about it. You know, like
I thought you had played it, Chad. You had played it some.
Maybe that's what it was. I can't remember. Honestly.
And then we were like, Steve would definitely like this game. I guess looking back, Steve, are you okay with Kato being on our list last year? Yeah.
I played it pretty shortly after that. Because I guessed it on pre-order bonus, and I played it for that, and yeah, it was like a couple weeks after the list, and I was like, yeah, this game rules.
Yeah.
So
honestly, I'm a little disappointed that's not higher last year. That game was so good.
It is.
It's hard in a world where Animal Well and Balatro came out that year too, right? Like, okay. My only thought about this current list is we haven't talked about Just a To the Moon series beach episode. Now, I know it's a 2024 game, but let's just open up the floor and see where people are at.
I was like, did I miss that? Did I not put that on? Oh, okay.
Wait, what was it? I missed something.
the beach episode of To the Moon.
Oh, okay. That was a good game, ish. I feel like that was.
That was a good game. Yeah. Time to give it a hug. Yeah.
It's a good game.
Pat on the back.
Yeah. Yep, that's right. I'm good with this list personally.
Looking at it, I think I'm good. I'm like right there. Like if somebody has a good argument, otherwise, let me know. That's where I'm at.
Steve's gonna hit us with it right now.
My only problem with this list is that I feel like I bullied Josh into my version of the list. I feel like I mugged him.
No.
But if Josh is truly okay with it, obviously I like this version of the list. It's pretty damn representative of my taste. Although, Ooh is higher and Promise wasn't on my list. Neither was Ball Pit in my main list. So there's some compromises there. But I feel like I compromised the least. So that's where it feels maybe selfish a little bit.
No, you're good. I think I compromised maybe, I would say maybe a little bit more than you, but it's still, I would say it's still on the same level as Blueprints because of the differing opinions that we have on those two games. So, yeah. I mean, we take Seth into account, that's in your top 5, but you still had similar complaints that Steve had for Silk Song. So if it's off the list because of those complaints, and these games kind of sit a little bit with, the group consensus vibe, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
So is that a lock?
I'm also okay with it. For me, the Silk Song Blueprints thing is like I think that I wouldn't, for each of you, right? Looking back on it, Josh, you say, "Oh, I'd be good with Blueprints or whatever," but each of you would look back on that and be like, "Yeah, I wish I would have gotten something else out of that game," and so you wouldn't want to see it on that list as much, which is why I think that this is a little better.
Okay.
We're gonna feel dumb when in May I go play the rest of Silk Song and have a complete 180 on it, and then we revisit this December 2026, and we're like, where the hell was Silk Song? What happened?
Yeah, maybe. But that's the fun of the list. It's what it is in the moment. I would say, if you guys are good, we're going to lock it in. We locked in?
We're locked.
I'm locking
All right.
it in. I'm locked.
How about Seth? Why don't you announce our top 5 for the year, counting back?
All right. The IndieQuest top 5 is at number 5, Ball Pit. Number 4, Wander Stop. Number 3, Citizen Sleeper 2. Number 2, Promise Mascot Agency. And number 1, Ooh. And I feel very cool that I picked that as the guess for the show.
Good point. Okay. Looking at this as a last wrap up here, great list, by the way. Bangers. Yeah. Ooh, that's a Seth bring. Mm-hmm. Promise, that's a Seth bring. Mm-hmm. Citizen Sleeper, did I bring it? Is it on the quest?
You brought it.
I did bring it. That's a me. Wander Stop.
I brought that,
Josh.
I think.
Me or Josh?
I brought it.
Josh, you
Yep.
brought it? Yeah. And Ball Pit, another Seth. So Seth dominated 3 out of 5 picks. But at least we all have a game we brought up there. Not that that really matters, but
Yeah.
like,
But
it's still nice. It makes it feel a little more evenly spread.
all these
even if
all these
Seth
games, we all
dominated.
enjoyed them. At least, I would give these all high marks. Like it's apples and oranges at some point here, right? Yeah. But you can compare apples and oranges. Like they're different fruit, but you can compare them. That's a dumb analogy. Anyway.
They both have a tart taste, too. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Granny Smith versus Mandarin. Which one are you going to go for? I'll probably go for a Mandarin myself. But, yeah.
Mandarin. Granny Smith is a bacon apple, all right? Don't try to get me to raw dog a Granny Smith. What do you think I am? Hand me a Brayburn or leave my house.
I'm a Cosmic Crisp guy. Cosmic Crisp is good. Yeah. But
Okay, I'm actually a Pink Lady.
Pink Lady's good.
all right?
Yeah.
That's the money
yeah.
apple. Yeah.
I'm a
All right.
Honeycrisp guy, and I learned recently that Honeycrisp was developed by the University of Minnesota. Did you guys know that?
I did know that, but I have an unfair advantage. I have a field power bonus on that one.
There you go.
All right, we have our plugs here, but I think we should just plug the show real quick, and then we can plug ourselves, do a
Yeah.
real quick plug. We don't need to go too in-depth. But if this is your first episode, you made it this far, thanks for checking out the show. Hopefully you stick around. We do a lot of fun episodes. Like you heard, we do music episodes. We do like fun themed episodes around cheap indie games. The whole point of the show is to talk about a lot of awesome games and basically fill your backlog with games you may or may not have heard about. So follow the show at IndieQuest Pod on Blue Sky. You can send us an email. You can give us your Game of the Year list if you like. Favorite music, any of the categories here, send us an email. We'll probably, I think we read like a really long Weedo one at one point that was like too long, So we're probably going to read any email that you guys send to IndieQuestPod@gmail.com. You can also send us a text, check the description, and shoot those away. But be nice, because, I don't think anybody's going to be mean to us. Anyway, I've been talking a lot. Steve, where can they find you on the internet?
One thing I'll add for this episode that we don't usually say in the outro, but if you're curious to see every game we've ever covered, and you are a new or returning listener, IndieQuestPod.com will bring you to the list of every single main and side quest, all like 250 some odd games we've ever brought to the show, including episode numbers for all 5 of the games that you just got placed into our show's top 5 if you want to go back and hear even deeper thoughts on any particular game. So with all that said, you can find me at Twitch or on Blue Sky as Blinkum. Blink OOM. M like mascot. Seth, where can they find you?
You can find me on Blue Sky at Captain Drachma, and of course in the Polymedia Discord. Best place on the internet. If you want to get into the Discord, head over to Patreon, search up Polymedia, and jump into the tier that gets you in the Discord. Come and hang out with us. Josh, where can I find you?
You can find me at Josh Leslie on Blue Sky. You can also find my other entertainment-focused podcast. That's a monthly show called The Monthly Mishap. Check that out. But I wanted to say, we don't mention this before we close it out, and we'll close it out. I know we've been here a while. Rate and review the podcast. We don't talk about that very often, but it really does help, get the show out there and get more people listening, get more interactions with the audience, which obviously we love. So if I've been listening to the show for a while and you haven't given us a 5-star somewhere, Apple, wherever you listen to podcasts, shoot us a nice review. We really appreciate it. All right. And also, we're part of the Polymedia Network. Go to polymedianetwork.com. There's a bunch of podcasts. Check it out. All right. Well, that's going to do it. Game of the Year 2025 is done. Now, let's start gearing up for 2026 Game of the Year. It's like right around the corner. So let's check it out.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out with us for another awesome year. And we'll check you guys next episode for our IQ OST, highlighting some awesome music from 2025. See you then. Bye.
Bye.
Peace.
Okay, well, that's an awesome game. Do you want to go first after Seth, or do you want me to go next?
I usually call that second, Josh. We can call it first after if you want to.
First after, and first last.
First after. Yeah.
Final.
You know
first.
what I mean? Something like that.
I had to take that jab. I could not let it pass by.
You're fine.
That's funny.